change that only at netmo.com at HBDM9DMS.
Hey, so this is a little awkward, but I kind of just wanted to call and get it over with. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. I care about you a lot, but I think that this is the best decision for me. So, yeah.
What up? How you doing, guys? I did not upload my video from yesterday. Shit. It's gonna interfere with the stream. Gotta get it uploaded though.
Yo so.
Hey. What's going on, bro? Is that a mic? Is that a mic? Yep. How we doing? Fucking push any key. How many times I have to push a fucking any key? Fuck, man. Fucking hell. It's the 10th time. Eee! Tony Cruz.
Based Radio.
Rui Costa. Oh, is that Benfica? Oh. They win. Gattuso. That was pretty cool. No. Cardini. What is FC? What is EA? They don't put footy stuff up, do they? That looks lit. Van Dyke. Food on. I'm gonna do my wings. Which new live events, rush tournaments, new house rules, multiple clubs. I want to make videos like this guy. Why is it all the way to down the bottom of his face? Messi! Stop! Bruh! Oh my god! See, Messi! So this one he shows. It's away. Left a while ago.
How is boss man?
Or how am I?
I'm good.
Oh, Salah. Oh. Oh. Shit. See, here he goes. The card walkout. Highlights. Zoom in. Close-ups, nutmegs. Dribbles. Spins, dribbles. Oh. Oh my god. Stop. See, he's playing against people online when he's doing all this as well. And it cuts to real Maradona. The walkout. The card. Highlights. Real Maradona. Nunes! They're showing off past ones as well. That's lit. I don't think I could nutmeg people. Wow. October 30th, that's it. Launch for Arc Road.
that exact score.
He should be followed in. He should have hit the kick. And this was what we noticed on the weekend is Jake Melsham. You've got Harvey Langford, 19-year-old kid, kicking inside forward 50. He should have hit the kick, but he's turned around. But he's a 19-year-old kid who's made a mistake. Everyone's made a mistake on the footy field. This one next is damning. He's got here. So you've actually gone over the top. You've got Christopher Trarko, let him know. All right, he's missed you. He's put the arms up, hasn't followed in. But the worst part is what comes after. That results in a goal. Yes, he bypasses, lets him know, lets everyone know. But where's the reaction? Do you go to the young kid and say, hey, good kick from top of the goal square? Do you go down to Cosy Pickett, pat him on the back? Or do you walk around? And he's not going to anyone. Hasn't clapped, looked across at Langford, who didn't pass it to him, didn't say anything, turned around. That's a person who's worried about his own stats. So if you're looking as a coach coming into this Melbourne Football Club, the first thing I'll be doing is getting to the leaders and say, play like leaders, react like leaders, and support your younger teammates.
Exactly the vision. Exactly the vision. Yet after the game, they're saying,
Straka didn't even say well done to Pickett. The fuck? Where's fuck?
Doing up an unofficial Panda Club theme song. Just needs Soxy's stamp of approval.
Oh yeah?
Free. Trying to find out how to speak Spanish. Come here, Snack. Vente. Siéntate. Dame la mano. Dame la mano. Move. God damn, man. These motherfuckers get...
That's my shit, that ass. Maxwell? That's your real name? That's why I use it as a distraction. You know why? You know why though? Because my parents wanted me to be a lawyer. That ass. Nigga, so be a professional ass name, nigga. It's the Quan, like, you feel me? They gave me Maxwell Dent. Them niggas white, nigga black. Nigga, I'm black, nigga. You say nigga,
What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm gonna put my wings on, hang on.
Okay, it's sent.
up the winds, pandas everywhere. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream.
That's awesome, bro.
Controller in, power ready to fight. Soxy's got the moves, gaming through the night. From platformers to shooters, we're never gonna stop. Panda power rising, we're climbing to the top. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream. Bamboo vibes, we're munching on the beat. Soxy's got the skills, making rivals retreat. Join the club, feel the panda groove. With Soxy Gamer leading, we've got nothing to prove. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream. So grab your gear, let's game with pride. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, we're on this ride. One more round, let's make it extreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, forever the team.
Look at me now. Look at me now. He said, did he go? Did he hit me? Mid strike. Mid strike.
That's a glitch right there.
Let's see. Chef Curry with the ball. He goes to the right. He goes to the right. He throws to KD. KD got the ball. He throws back to the chef. Chef got the ball behind the back. Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that!
I am back.
You back? Welcome back. Oh, shit, my wings. That song was sick, man. What is this? That was sick, hippie. Hippie! Sick, man! Oh, all good, man. Appreciate it. Oh, it wouldn't let me title it. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. Nah, it was sick. We've had 2 songs.
for you, mate, and thanks for all your streams.
Web and analyst, eh?
We're rolling in the game. Soxy Gamers here, bringing all the fame. With a bamboo beat and a pixelated flair, we're stacking up the wins, pandas everywhere. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream. Soxy's got the moves, gaming through the night. From platformers to shooters, we're never gonna stop. Panda power rising, we're climbing to the top. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream. Bamboo vibes, we're munching on the beat. Soxy's got the skills, making rivals retreat. Join the club, feel the Panda groove. With Soxy Gamer leading, we've got nothing to prove. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, let's go. Level up, we're stealing the show. From the jungle to the screen, we're supreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, living the dream. Let's game with pride. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, we're on this ride. One more round, let's make it extreme. Panda Club, Soxy Gamer, forever the team.
Drag. What a track. What a track! Let's see. Oh, so got this guy up here. It's too low. He's too low. Too low. Dun, 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 dun. It's the wrong pink, man. Ah, I think the wings were almost done. This we go. These are right in the middle. Oh, not hot. Oh, he's moving now. What day he's moving? He needs even heal. Some look like they need a little bit longer. Let's supper. Not too bad, not too bad. Too bad. Oh. City.
Give them a taste of that.
Oh, it's my video upload.
One previous message.
What is the screenshot? Wah wah. Finish, alright. What is this? What is this thumbnail generator? Look at the stats. What do you mean? Oh no. That's a bit better. How do you save that? There. Oh. Where's the... Where's the garden? End of the video? Save. Right, new video going up, boys! Your video is up, please. Hey! Hey, Rick! What's up, man? Hey, why isn't Anita working?
Anita, do your job, silly girl.
I had to load up Kickbot to just wake it up.
One job.
What you doing, man? Trying to run, mate? Oh yeah? Cool, man. Ho ho ho! That is awesome, bro. Huge! Very excited.
Chilling before going to bed early. Got school's tours with a Christian rapper from the UK tomorrow, pretty excited. Get to met one of the artists I listen to.
Oh.
Yes, sir, his name's Why Shady, he's pretty cool rapper.
Nice. Very good. Oh. Hey, voila. Activate. I didn't even see me. $113, $114. Activate. I think we got Maradona last night, didn't we? Yeah. It's alright. It's alright, mate. Do what you gotta do. I thought I had one, but it was only a PlayStation, a PS4 one. I like plugged it in and everything. I thought I had saving
I
stuff
deleted
to it.
FC25 LOL. Only games I got is BF 6 Beta Fortnite and Fortnite trying to clear some space on my PS5. Got the B and F's going ahaha.
Ahaha.
Need to get me a PS5 SSD.
So turn it up, Anita. Here we go. Here we go.
Got ya, buddy.
Hey.
Max Payne. But the black girl version, ahaha.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Here we go. Whoa, whoa.
Ahaha.
Whoa. I hope the internet's better at the new plus.
Got ya, buddy.
That don't work. The close-up didn't work. Close-up didn't work. I pressed it. Ah, this one. Bang! Needs to be on the vertical.
Wait, you moving again. Sorry, made a little bit over the line. All good, hippie.
Yeah, we might be moving to near the markets. In the city. But still in the city, but moving to a better, like, apartment. I don't know when. It might be next year. Huh? What do you mean?
At least you can still hang out with your new friend you made in this apartment, I guess.
Well, possibly. do you mean? What do you mean? Still a long way off, but we've been talking about it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's in Thailand. It's in Thailand right now. Thailand. Nah, he's not the owner. He rents it. It's not the owner. I thought he was, but then he said he rents.
Not the owner of this apartment. Like, go see movies together. He's a cool guy.
Nah, it's not the owner.
Oh, I thought he was the owner. Aha.
No, no, no. No, no, no. We're moving together. He brought it up.
So you moving places with that guy, or you moving by yourself? Hopefully you get better connection in the next place.
The connection's fine, it's just the upload. Trying to upload it just kills the bloody bandwidth for everything. Hopefully. Hopefully.
To up in the sky, haha.
What? 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 What?
To high up in the sky.
We're in level 6. The whole building's bloody fiber to the building. Which is shit. Hey, another one. Another one. Another one.
That chair looks cozy. I used to have one.
Oh, really? What, a typhoon?
No wonder why you fell asleep.
What's going on with your bloody typing tonight? Everything's off. The hell? You're right, mate. Yeah, it seems good, mate.
Yes, Siri doesn't like when I spell correctly.
Oh, don't blame Siri. Siri should do spell check for you and ask you if you want to change the words. What the hell? It's Siri on. Siri on the line.
See, I didn't do well in English, lol.
You got a spell check on the phone. It should correct the words for you.
Same with maths.
Yeah, I didn't like maths. I didn't like maths.
What was your favorite subject in school?
Creative writing, English. Our favourites. Hamza, is that Hamza that I know? Oh, different.
When was science because we got the blow shit up and woodwork?
Yeah.
LOL.
There's a lot of people, there's a lot of half-baked stories.
Mine was.
That's what I see. And to be honest, I heard the
I couldn't help myself, XD.
song and I listened to it. I thought it was too odd by me.
Wow, wow. Damn. Yeah. Didn't matter. Who would imagine? Bang, bang, bang. Hmm. Two to go. Huh? Oh, it must have been her. Same song, man. Stop.
sitting in. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running half the office, signing politics and scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that, this shit that is inside my top. Look at the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking it part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down, better be kicking them out. Look at the box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it, even real can do it. When I'm cooking, and you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit. When you could compare to what the other people.
There's a video I saw before. I don't know.
Its biggest moguls has made the move to cut costs. It was done live on air, and the reasoning caused some questions. Even one of their longtime colleagues fired a shot at them, which led to an awkward on-air confrontation. Another Channel 7 star was caught in a small issue at the MCG, despite promoting what seemed to be the main cause of it. And finally, the AFL's new GM is in the house and looking to make sweeping changes.
What's the video I saw here before? I can't see it now. Oh man. Huh. 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 Oh.
From leaks prior to the launch to a disastrous launch day, the big end just straight up being called scammers, to now having a game that is much more playable in the eyes of most consumers. It's no mystery that Rugby League 26 had a rough start. So it makes you wonder, why did it take 2 weeks for the game to feel more finished than it did on day one? People are still scratching their heads on those, plus other questions like, why are they different or even missing sponsors on jerseys? Why are player stats so off? And why do players look so weird? Honestly, I'm bringing this up because everyone's so quick to point fingers at Big Ant Studios, and especially Ross. For those who don't know, Ross is the CEO. I get that Ross's sarcastic and blunt tweets and tone can come off as rude to customers and can be offensive to people. But sometimes his attitude can come off as understanding if you look at some of the tweets he responds to. While some tweets could have been handled better, many are overly negative towards Big Ant Studios, its employees, and Ross himself. Most of the ones I found were either critical of the studio or simply disrespectful. In such situations, bluntness and directness should be the least of anyone's worries. He makes no apology for defending his staff, which is something a boss should do. It doesn't help the other side of this argument that have a good chunk of the comments he responds to, well, they get deleted. But a good chunk of the people in the community, let's be real, nobody bothered to actually look into their side of the story, which has led to people demanding refunds and even calling the game a complete calculated scam. And personally, I think that's a little too far. Hey yo, and welcome back to my channel. For those who don't know who I am, because I'm assuming that I'm gonna get a chunk of people who don't know who I am, my name is Matt, or often known as Matt Galaxy and Galaxy Footy. I run 2 YouTube channels, Matt Galaxy, a gaming focused channel, and this channel, Galaxy Footy, where I focus on rugby league gaming content, and I even expand into some other games, including Big Ants games. And before I start this video, I am just gonna outright say that I make no apology in defending this studio. Because honestly, though, I do agree that some of the blame does need to sit with Big Ant Studios, a majority of the opinions that are circulating online, they're failing to actually see the bigger picture. And that's kind of what I want to open up today and actually tell Big Ant's side of the story. Today, I'm here to spill the beans on Big Ant's and Ross's perspective, answering questions people might have about the development of the game and the secrets behind its strange and disappointing launch, and why it might be different from the traditional way game studios release their games. So let's dive in, shall we? On July 17th of 2025, Big Ant released Rugby League 26 to a clear public backlash. The game was riddled with bugs, missing content, most notably the New South Wales Cup and various of other alternate jerseys, and felt indistinguishable from Rugby League Live 4. Stats were unbalanced, and customization options were limited. Xbox users initially couldn't even access the game, and once they did, it was unplayable. To compound issues, Pro Team, the game's most profitable mode, went offline. Predictably, as a business, Big Ant prioritized fixing Pro Team due to the financial losses incurred. And boy, Steam was definitely showing it with those negative reviews. Player comments included widespread complaints that the game felt untested and was essentially a re-release of Rugby League Live 4. This sparked outrage and calls for Big Ant to relinquish the license. A major point of contention was the failure to accurately capture players, including other prominent figures like Millie Boyle. Furthermore, the visual fidelity of some NRLW players was noticeably subpar. Kennedy Charrington tweeted shortly after the game's released, "This might seem petty, but as a player that features in the new RL26 game, I'm not happy. Maybe we should be just grateful that we're in a game, but overall, I know the fans aren't happy too. From the facial scans to the player ratings and even gameplay, nah." To Big Ant's credit, within a day, a patch was released that fixed a significant portion of the game, and upon the Pro Team rectification, we received $60 worth of Pro Team currency. To this day, development on the game continues, but by that point, the damage to Big Ant's reputation was already substantial. Ross, the CEO, while upfront and receptive to criticism, also demonstrated a non-nonsense attitude. He endured slurs from various directions, alleged death threats, and even threats of legal action. Some individuals took the situation too far and even created outright accounts just to put the game down. And again, it doesn't get stated enough. They have been working diligently to get these fixes working, including daily patches and even offering triple rates for footy points, which is the currency you can earn online in Pro Team mode. Ross even joined the Rugby League 26 unofficial modding Discord that is run by community member Smartboy. And to his credit, he's been constructive with the criticism he's taken on board and is listening to our community. Remember when the CEO of EA went into a popular FIFA server to see what people wanted and give info? Never. To me, this
The body of a North Carolina teenager was found in a Florida retention pond just off of a major interstate.
This one. This is a player.
Newly released police records are raising fresh questions about the drowning death of 3-year-old Trig Kaiser, including what his father, Brady Kaiser, was doing or maybe doing in the crucial moments before this ultimate tragedy. And investigators, they pointed to what they say are conflicting statements, discrepancies in surveillance footage, and pool safety lapses in recommending criminal charges. But prosecutors disagreed, ultimately declined to file them. We're going to be speaking with an Arizona criminal defense attorney to break it all down, but also Also, we are going through the details in this new reporting to understand what may have happened. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, we have this newly released information, and it is shedding further light on just the absolute tragic drowning of influencer Emily Kaiser's 3-year-old son, Trig Kaiser. And this includes crucial details about what her husband, Brady Kaiser, was allegedly doing at the time of the incident. Now, before we dive into the new findings, I got to give you a brief recap for anyone who's not fully caught up or briefed about this. So we go back to May 12th. 3-year-old Trig Kaiser was found unresponsive in the backyard pool of his family's Chandler, Arizona home. According to his father, Brady, he had been caring for both Trig and the couple's newborn son while Emily was out with friends. Now, Brady told police he was briefly distracted while feeding the baby, just 3 to 5 minutes, he claimed, and during which time, Trig, who had been playing near the pool, went missing. Brady said he found Trig floating in the pool, unresponsive, and immediately jumped in to pull him out before calling 911. Trig was hospitalized and ultimately died 6 days apart. After a 2-month investigation, Chandler Police Department announced on July 15th that they were recommending criminal charges against the father, Brady Kaiser, specifically 1 count of child abuse, a Class 4 felony under Arizona law. The statute referenced ARS 13-3623
but we need to continue for the moment.
Acts with criminal negligence that leads to a child being harmed or placed in danger of serious injury or death. However, when the case was forwarded to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, prosecutors ultimately decided not to pursue charges, citing insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. During the investigation, Emily Kaiser filed legal motions to protect her family's privacy, including efforts to redact portions of the police report before its public release. And her court ultimately ruled in her favor, allowing the removal of 2 pages from the report. We covered the full legal battle in a previous Sidebar episode. You can definitely go check it out right now for more context. But now, with the release of a 55-page police report on August 8th, we are learning new, potentially critical details that may raise serious questions. And we obtained and read through the entire police report, and we're going to give you and break down the most significant revelations according to authorities. So according to one of the first officers on scene, Officer Tyler Schenk, Brady Kaiser told him he had last seen Trig approximately 5 minutes before the child was found in the pool. Police, they were dispatched to the Kaiser residence at around 6:40 p.m. on May 12, 2025, and per the police report, it reads, the male on scene, this is Brady Kaiser, who led officers inside, was extremely distraught. The male subject would go and pick up an infant baby while I continued to give compressions to the unconscious toddler. Officers attempted to garner further information about the incident from the male. Officers were able to receive that the male subject had last seen the toddler approximately 5 minutes before the incident. That same 5-minute gap, by the way, was later relayed by another responding officer, Angel Halamo, who also documented Brady's timeline in the official report. His finding reads, quote, the RP, meaning reporting person or reporting party, then told me his wife had just gone out with friends. RP also stated there was a 5-minute time gap that he did not know where his son was, to which I related this information to Chandler Dispatch to advise the Chandler Fire Department. Shortly after, the RP found his son in the pool and saw that his son was unconscious. The RP got his son out of the pool and contacted emergency services. Now you have a third officer. This is Nathan Duncan, who began his investigation at approximately 7:45 p.m. From the report, he documented concerns about one specific access point to the backyard, the breakfast nook door. Per the police report, this door was an outward opening glass door. The handle was a lever-style handle that measured 41 inches to 42 inches from the floor. The deadbolt measured 39 inches from the floor. This door was also equipped with an alarm. The alarm did not sound when the door opened. This door did not shut properly and did not lock. The door was not self-closing. It appeared to be malfunctioning at the time. Now, as we talk about this, always remember the knowledge component. Was there a knowledge of a safety risk? And if there was, that is important when we do a legal analysis. Just something to keep in mind. Now, I will tell you it remains unclear whether this was the door that Trig used to actually access the backyard, but arguably its compromised condition does raise important questions about how the toddler was able to get outside seemingly undetected. As you know, we've been following the story since it broke from the very beginning. We're trying to clear up any misinformation that there is about this case. We want to bring it to you. We want to do a deep dive on it. And one of the reasons that we can do that is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. They have recovered over $25 billion for more than 500,000 clients. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. Pennsylvania, client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insurer's $650,000 offer. Another client in Pennsylvania received $29 million after being offered only $500,000. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. Officer Schenk also made some observations regarding the depth of this pool. And there is even a diagram included that shows the dimensions. And per the report, quote, the deepest portion of the pool was approximately 102 inches deep north end. There was a diving board at the deepest end of the pool. The shallow portion of the pool was located on the south end and was 38 inches deep. The middle area of the pool was 77 inches deep. On the east end of the pool was a large lounge area, sometimes referred to as a Baja shelf. The depth of the water in this area was 17 inches deep. So, you know, those levels are very important when you're thinking about a small child. There were 2 steps leading onto the shelf, southeast end and northeast end. The depth of the steps was 5.5 inches deep. Now, as we've mentioned previously, Brady Kaiser told police that the pool typically had a safety cover, but on the day of this tragedy, that cover was not in place. Officer Tyler Schenk made note of the unused pool covering in the report too. Here's what it says. On the southwest portion of the pool, I observed large netting and a fabric top rolled up onto PVC carriers. These were covers for the pool that were not in use at the time. It was later learned that the covers were in place most of the time, but were recently removed so the family could enjoy the pool. They were never replaced. No pool gate or barrier was in place at the time. As indicated above, safety netting identified as Catch-A-Kid was present but not in use. And as for why this cover was not on, this is what Brady apparently told police. Quote, Brady described a pool cover the family has, but he didn't put it on because the pool service company was coming at noon on Tuesday, so he was planning on putting it on after the service. This claim about the pool service was inadvertently verified on Tuesday, May 13th, when we, the officers, were at the residence. The pool service was there servicing the pool. So there you go, corroboration for what he's saying. Now, Detective Michael Reitz conducted a recorded interview with Brady Kaiser, which the report indicates was captured on body-worn camera. And during this interview, Brady described what he recalled happening after Emily left the house that evening. Quote, after Emily left, Brady made Trigg dinner as he fed the child the bottle. Trigg finished his dinner and went into the backyard. Brady was sitting on a back chair that pointed out to the backyard, out through the back windows, because while he was holding their infant child, he wanted to be able to see Trigg. Trigg was seen in the grass area of the backyard near a blow-up slide/playhouse, and Brady saw him walk from that area in the grass up on the elevated portion where the hot tub was at. That was where he had seen him last. After seeing Trigg apparently near the hot tub, Brady, quote, thought that he went and got a drink. He then went back to, quote, see where Trigg was at. Brady then went outside and saw Trigg in the water. He laid their child on the ground, took his shirt off, and dove in the pool. After pulling Trigg from the pool, Brady carried him inside and laid him on the ground. There he started CPR, including breathing into the mouth. And Brady emphasized multiple times that he believed Trigg had only been out of sight briefly, saying, I didn't have a clock, obviously. I don't know the exact time, but it was moments. It wasn't that he had been out of sight for long. I asked Brady about the 5-minute statement that he made to patrol on scene. He said that he's told different people 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but wasn't sure the exact timing, and said it wasn't very long. Now, we'll talk about this later when we bring in Kurt Altman, Arizona criminal defense attorney, that this could be chalked off to just an incredibly traumatic moment and not giving misinformation. But I do want you to pay attention to Brady's mention of the grass area, because this detail is going to come up again later after investigators reviewed security footage. So his claim about sitting in a, quote, back chair with a view of the backyard, that is also questioned in a later interview. Now, both Brady and Emily Kaiser, they were interviewed by the Arizona Department of Child Safety following what happened here. And during this interview, Brady described what happened after dinner that evening. According to the police report, he was feeding their infant son a bottle when Trigg got up from the couch, walked out the sliding glass door. Brady acknowledged seeing Trigg head into the backyard and said he had told him to, quote, stay close. He recalled, Trigg walked over and was playing in the grass off to the side of the yard, and then I saw him walk up onto, it's kind of like an elevated platform. I had seen him there playing around up there, and at that point, I have eyes on him. Brady said he continued feeding the baby and believed Trigg had only been out of his sight briefly. Quote, I was in the middle of doing that while watching Trigg, and after a moment of being like, I had seen him only a moment prior, and I was like, oh, where is he? Got up, walked out there, and immediately saw him in the pool. And then he described rescuing Trigg from the water. So when asked by the interviewer, Dana, how long it typically takes to feed the infant, Brady said 15 to 20 minutes. And he estimated that Trigg was outside for about 3 minutes from the time he exited the house to when he was found in the pool. And Brady added, per the report, I was home alone, I had both kids, and so I knew I needed to obviously be tending on both of them, so Trigg wasn't ever out of my sight for long, but I mean, he abruptly ended that sentence there. Now, something else of interest that comes up in there. Did Trigg Kaiser know how to swim? Well, according to Emily, Trigg had taken swim lessons, but he didn't fully know how to swim. And she explained that while Trigg knew how to swim to some extent and could climb the pool wall, the area where he fell in did not have a wall to climb out from. And the surveillance footage related to the incident is included in this case file too, but it remains fully redacted. However, Detective Reitz conducted a second interview with Brady Kaiser after noticing, or apparently noticing, discrepancies between Brady's account and the video evidence. And while the exact nature of what these discrepancies are is unknown due to all the redactions, the detective focused especially on Brady's earlier statement about where he saw Trigg outside. The report reads, I asked Brady about his statement that he looked out when Trigg first went outside and what he saw. He claimed he saw Trigg off in the grass by the diving board. I challenged Brady about that statement because Trigg never went into the grass area. He responded, that's my best recollection of that. I stressed that what he was telling me and what was on the video are different. Brady responded by saying, I truly have nothing that I'm trying to withhold or hide in any way, shape, or form. All I've ever tried to do is recount to the best of my ability what occurred. And he recognized that he doesn't know exactly what happened with Trigg outside, and again stressed that he was watching his kids, but at the time was focused on the then infant child. Now, during dinner, before Trigg went outside, Brady told police they were watching a basketball game on TV. And the detective pressed on this detail and asked what Brady was doing while Trigg was outside. Quote, we spoke for several minutes about the amount of time Trigg was outside, about 10 minutes, and what Brady was doing during that time. He insisted that he wasn't on his phone, and even though the basketball game was on the TV, it's not where my focus was, it was on my baby. For the record, the game that was on the TV was Game 4 of the Knicks and Celtics. It was still on the TV when officers arrived and could be seen on BWC, meaning body-worn camera. And we mentioned earlier that Brady had apparently told police that he was sitting in a chair facing the backyard, but it seems like the detective challenged that. The report reads, quote, I told him that he had previously stated he was sitting in the chairs that look out toward the backyard, but he was sitting there. Those chairs are visible on camera DO6. He responded, I was sitting on the couch. After being prompted by his attorney, he described sitting on the west side of the couch facing the TV with the sliding glass door to his right. So this arguably calls into question whether Brady's distraction was truly the infant child or the basketball game. That's going to be a question when anybody sees this reporting. Now, Detective Reitz also reviewed Brady's cell phone records from May 12th, uncovering additional details related to this basketball game. And the report appears to indicate that Kaiser had used his phone to place a bet on the game that he was watching during this critical time, before the drowning. The report reads, the first file contained a single line. It indicated that a $25 wager was placed on Jason Tatum, scoring more than 40 points. Jason Tatum is a player on the Boston Celtics. That wager was a winner, paying $102.50. This wager was placed at 20:14 hours Eastern Time, 17:14 hours Arizona time. Now, this is important to know because there could be a lot of misinformation about this. This wager was apparently made more than an hour before Trigg was believed to have drowned. Now, at the conclusion of this second interview, Detective Reitz made a few key determinations. One being that Trigg was in the backyard for a full 10 minutes before Brady found him, longer than the 3 to 5 minutes that Brady was telling to police. And per the report, quote, "It is clear from the video that he did not go into the water intentionally. Rather, he tripped and fell in while playing with an inflatable chair. Trigg was in the backyard from 18:29:42 hours until Brady found him in the pool at 18:39 hours. He was in the water from 18:32:15 until 18:39:07. It is clear Brady's attention was divided, and he was not watching Trigg at all during the critical times mentioned. During 2 interviews, he did not know what Trigg was doing before he fell in, and he did not see Trigg struggling to swim." So this alleged timeline, right, these allegations, compounded with the pool safety net not being in place, Trigg's limited swimming ability, statements that he believed conflicted with video evidence, Detective Reitz concluded that Brady was unaware of what Trigg was doing at the time. He submitted the case to the prosecutor's office for review under an Arizona statute concerning child abuse through criminal negligence. And per the police report, that is defined as a person fails to perceive a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstances exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. Now, importantly, while Detective Reitz reached this conclusion, he emphasized that he doesn't believe this was intentional or a failure to act. On the contrary, he noted that Brady responded immediately upon discovering Trigg in the pool. And as mentioned earlier, the case eventually landed on the desk of Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell, where it remained under review until July 25th, when her office announced that it would not pursue charges against Brady Kaiser.
The skins on
that decision
COD
was
have always
based
been
on
over
what they
the top.
described as insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. And in a
I'd
public
have to watch
statement,
the video.
the office said earlier this month, the Chandler Police Department submitted the case for review, recommending that Kaiser be charged
Was
with one
just
count
watching
of
a
child
COD
abuse,
creator
class
talk
4
about the
felony.
skins that
Kaiser
have
was
been
home
added
alone
since
with his
Black
2
Ops
children
6
when his
over the
3-year-old
last
son,
year.
Trigg Kaiser,
What's your
drowned in the
input on
family's
it all?
backyard pool in May of this year. Surveillance video from outside
I've
the
been
home
interested in
showed
your
how the
thoughts of it
drowning
all.
occurred and the actual timeline of events. In order to convict a person of this charge, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable
This is a
doubt
true
to a
crime, bro.
unanimous jury that the person failed to perceive a substantial and justifiable risk, and that failure to perceive the risk was a gross deviation from the standard of care a reasonable person would show. Every case submitted to the
always been
Maricopa
over
County
the top,
Attorney's
but they're
Office
gonna
is
be
evaluated
overboard.
using the same standard, whether there is a reasonable likelihood
Unicorns
of
and
conviction.
shit?
After
Like, what
careful
the
review of
fuck
the
are you
evidence
playing?
submitted by Chandler PD, it was determined this case does not meet that standard. And in response, the Kaiser family's attorney, Flynn Carey, told ABC News, "We are grateful to law enforcement and the county attorney for conducting a thorough investigation and confirming that this was a tragic accident. Brady remains in the midst of the grieving process and is thankful to be with his family as they heal together.
American Dad
We
and
appreciate
COD,
the compassion and
what
support
LOL.
shown during
Yeah.
this difficult time." And by the way, this report
You got
follows a
Hank on
recent
Fortnite.
victory for the Kaiser family on August 8th when the Arizona
Peter Griffin
Superior
on
Court for
Fortnite,
Maricopa
but
County granted Emily Kaiser's
Fortnite's
request to
like
redact 2
cartoony.
pages of that police report. And Emily's attorney said that those
it's supposed to
pages
be
contain sensitive details surrounding this tragedy.
gritty.
Shannon Clark, attorney for the Kaiser family, said, "We're grateful to Judge Whitten for carefully balancing the important interest at stake and allowing a narrow but meaningful redaction of the Chandler police report, removing 2 pages that detail the graphic final moments of Trigg's life. These redactions do not alter any material facts of the accident, but they protect the dignity of a little boy whose memory should reflect the love and light he brought to the world. From the start, this case has been about protecting Trigg and the family's ability to grieve privately. This decision allows them, the public, to remember him for the beautiful life he lived, not the tragic way it ended." And before we go any further, let me just say, no matter what you think about this case, this is heartbreaking. This is devastating for that entire family, including Brady, okay? No other way to look at it. This shouldn't have happened. This is horrible that it happened. And now their lives will never be the same. They do have to go through this grieving process. And at the same time, they have to deal with a lot of public attention on this. So one of the things we're hoping to do is, if there is a lot of misinformation about
I
this
just
case,
wanna make money,
there's a lot of
though.
people
They're not-
making
I don't
comments
care
on
about
it.
the community.
We are just looking at what the actual filings say and do not say. All right, so now I want to bring on
Xbox
Kurt
now, isn't
Altman.
it?
So Kurt is an Arizona criminal defense attorney, former federal and state prosecutor. Thank you so much for coming on. This report's significant. I mean, investigators, they lay out how Brady Kaiser allegedly gave conflicting accounts of where he was sitting, what he saw. If we start there, how much do you think these inconsistencies matter legally? Are they red flags? Are they signs of just a traumatized parent trying to remember a chaotic moment.
Well, Jesse,
I think COD should do what Battlefield is doing, listen to the
right?
community and go back to like the world
that the
at
police
world
maybe
era
had a
they used
different
to be.
timeline or saw some discrepancies in
Facts,
the father's statement, therefore thought charges should be brought. In a child abuse case, often law enforcement tries to lock in a statement from a suspect or a parent or whoever it may be, and then kind of work backwards and see if that statement is consistent with all the other physical evidence. It seems here that the Chandler police felt that there were enough inconsistencies to show that he was trying to hide something or cover something up and wasn't totally honest with them.
And the stuff about the wager, I mean, that's pretty significant.
I think it's significant, but if I read it correctly, the wager took place while Emily Kaiser was still at home. But then he indicates that he's watching the Celtics and the Knicks play basketball. So again, I'm speculating a little bit here, but I imagine the police, with the timeline and with the physical evidence they had, concluded that he was watching basketball instead of watching his kids because he made that wager and was interested in the game, and therefore they felt it rose to gross negligence.
But the prosecutors disagreed.
Right. Proving that is totally different. Great theory, right? But proving that in front of a court, in front of a jury of 12 people, probably impossible. Next to impossible.
Why do you say that? Because let's be clear about something, right? I'm not saying someone should be charged or not be charged, but you know, there's more information that's come forward in this report. We're trying to understand what the prosecution's decision was here. Why is it impossible to prove a case like this?
I probably jumped saying impossible, but very, very difficult, because I think, as we even talked about before, this is a traumatic event for everybody involved. He's trying to make a statement about what happened and what he remembered pretty quickly after he just found his son floating in a pool, which had to be devastating.
Fortnite can do what they want because they're not a military-based game.
Somewhere
COD
he
used to
says
be.
something.
Well, that's what everyone is saying about it all.
But here's how much
if you want to do those skins, it's more
his
for
memory
Fortnite
might not
than
be
COD.
perfect. He's in a panic state. He's probably in some sort of shock.
More Gorgon.
So yes, you can rely on those statements to an extent, but they're probably not something the prosecution was comfortable with relying their whole case on. And that's why probably one of the reasons they didn't file.
Well, the surveillance footage was redacted publicly. Detectives, though, they say, in their opinion, it contradicts Brady's version of events. You have this situation where investigators noted that the pool net was off. The door alarm wasn't functioning. The child may not have known how to swim. No one is saying, and potential charges never said, that Brady caused or intended the death of the son, obviously. But if we're talking about criminal negligence, if we're talking about what the legal duty is for a parent, are those factors significant? But like you said, they don't rise to the level of being able to successfully prosecute.
Yeah, I think that's probably what the prosecution thought here. Even given all those facts, if they're all proven true in front of a jury or wherever it may be, it might be as simple as looking at it and going, yeah, not the best, probably a mistake. That was an accident. This is a tragedy. It just doesn't, in our eyes, rise to the level of criminal negligence, enough so to bring child abuse charges.
This report coming out is obviously going to raise a lot of comments, a lot of questions. Is it going to put pressure on prosecutors to reverse course? Have you seen something like that happen? I mean, she's a significant figure. How much pressure, if any, does all of this put on prosecutors?
I think the county attorney, Rachel Mitchell, will receive a lot of pressure and probably is receiving it right now, saying, now that this report's out, you did the wrong thing. Would she reverse course? I think that's unlikely unless more and significant evidence is developed, which doesn't sound like it's going to be the case. This is the hardest thing for a prosecutor to do, to decline a case, made harder by the fact that this is a child death, right? Horrific. It is the most difficult thing, though, for a prosecutor to look at it, fairly evaluate it, and go, we just don't think there's charges here that we can bring. It's very easy for a prosecutor to go, we'll just charge the case and see what the jury does. That's simple. Takes all the pressure off them. It's not what happened here, and Rachel Mitchell made a very courageous, if I can use that word, decision in this.
So you believe the prosecutor got it right in this case? This is the right decision at this point in time?
Based on what I see, I think that's the right decision. I mean, what comes from prosecuting Trigg's father in this? What comes from that? And because it's such a close call and because it's so difficult to present and probably prove, it just doesn't make sense at this point. Let them suffer their grief without this hanging over their head as well. I think it was the right decision.
Kurt Altman, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Jesse, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. The body of a North Carolina teenager was found in a Florida retention pond just off of a major interstate. More than a week after sending an alarming text that read, "Mom, help," family members confirmed that Giovanni Pelletier was dead. The mystery surrounding his disappearance and death, it is only deepening. And we are diving into everything we know right now with one of the people who was on the ground looking for this teen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. A North Carolina family is overwhelmed with grief right now after a vacation to Florida may have ended in just unimaginable tragedy. We're talking about 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier. Traveled with his mom, Bridget, her fiance, his 4 younger siblings to Englewood, Florida, which, by the way, is on the western side of the state. It's south of Tampa and St. Petersburg. During this trip, Giovanni was supposed to meet up with some of his cousins as part of this effort to reconnect with his dad's side of the family. But things somehow took a turn, and now evidence is suggesting that Giovanni ended up dead in a pond on the side of I-75. Now, I'll tell you, the story's a little complicated because it involves so many different people and places and agencies, but we're going to try to make sense of it for you. So Giovanni and his family are from Raleigh, North Carolina, and he was reported missing in Charlotte County, Florida, and was supposed to be going to see some of his family in Brevard County, which is a few hours away, but his remains, or his apparent remains, were found in Manatee County. So I'm going to lay this whole timeline out for you. So in an interview with People magazine, Bridget Pelletier says after her son turned 18 in April, he was interested in getting to know his biological father's side of the family. He lived in Florida up until he was 4, was estranged from his paternal relatives. Bridget, by the way, is of Italian and Puerto Rican descent, while Giovanni's father is African American, and she says that her son wanted to connect with that part of his family tree. So before the trip to Florida, Giovanni apparently joined a group chat with some of his paternal relatives, including 3 cousins. Now you go to August 1st, around 1:30 in the morning. Those cousins reportedly picked up Giovanni from Englewood, reportedly headed for Mims, which is on the other side of the state, several hours away. Why the cousins, who had never met Giovanni, picked him up so late at night, that part still a little unclear. And also, I'll tell you, the age of these cousins is also unknown. But not long after he left, according to Bridget in her interview with People, Giovanni sent some alarming text messages to family members, including one to her that just said, "Mom, help." Now, unfortunately, Bridget was asleep, and she wouldn't see that text or a missed FaceTime call until the next morning. That is when she realized that Giovanni had also sent similar messages to his grandfather and aunt when he couldn't reach his mom. Now, Bridget told People magazine that she also had a missed call from one of the cousins and received a voicemail from Giovanni's paternal grandfather saying there had been some kind of, quote, altercation, and that the cousins had apparently left Giovanni on the side of the road in Bradenton. This is about an hour away from where the family had been vacationing. Now, Bridget says that she used the GPS on Giovanni's cell phone to try to find him, but only found his backpack with his phone inside. She told People, "My son eats, sleeps, showers, breathes his phone," saying he never would have left it behind. Now, according to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, that backpack was found near State Road 70 and I-75, where the cousins had apparently left him. So how did Giovanni end up outside the car? Well, according to what Bridget told People, the cousin who'd called her overnight later told her that the group smoked marijuana with Giovanni after they picked him up. And the cousin claimed, reportedly, that Giovanni had gotten paranoid and started to panic, eventually cursing at the cousin and threatening him with a knife in a roadside confrontation before running away. However, that information appears a little bit different from what Charlotte County deputies released to the public as they launched their search. According to Charlotte County officials, Giovanni, quote, began acting erratically before exiting the vehicle and walking away near State Road 70. Now, we believe that is information that has come from the cousins, per ABC News. Now, Giovanni's family launched search efforts in multiple counties. They announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to Giovanni's location or the arrest and conviction of anyone responsible for hurting him. That reward was reportedly eventually increased to $25,000. Now, according to multiple social media posts by family members, Giovanni's relatives on his father's side did not help with any searches. We couldn't confirm that, but that seems to be what we're seeing on social media. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey spoke at a news conference on Friday before Giovanni's body had apparently been found to give an update on how his agency had been involved in this investigation. And he also addressed some misinformation that had been floating around online.
Our agency has been involved. We were reached out for by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, asked to go interview the three young men that were over in their county that had picked Giovanni up.
Boyle's the one.
When they first called, it was August 1st, and our deputies went out, talked to one of the individuals, conveyed back to Charlotte County what information they had developed. The following day, information started to spread on social media. Misinformation, I should say, a lot of it was spread on social media, and Charlotte County asked us to go out and check on a car that had, according to what was being said on social media, had been part of this. The car was at a salvage yard. Our team went out, and the car was not part of this. It had completely no connection to this. In fact, everything that we could tell from looking at the vehicle, it hadn't moved in a substantial amount of time. The brake pads were all rusted. Everything, the car had not moved. So, but as part of our assistance with them, as part of us offering any resources to them we could, we actually sent agents to go interview the three young men. We've not only interviewed them, we've interviewed other members of the family. We've also recovered the actual vehicle that was that the boys were driving, and that vehicle, the family gave it to us, said take it, do whatever you need to do with it. We did. We took it. And, we had our crime scene team go through it and reported back to Charlotte County that there was no evidence of any type of wrongdoing that was part of it. So. You know, as you guys have probably seen in some of the stuff going on, some of the news reports, some of his items, a backpack, a school bag, and a telephone were found on the interstate over in Manatee County, I believe it was. But there's nothing to indicate he ever came to Brevard County. In fact, just the opposite from the witness statements that we've had and any evidence that Charlotte County's been able to collect.
According to Sheriff Ivey, the only reason search parties had been organized in Brevard County was because of misinformation about the car, and clarified that if there was any credible information that Giovanni might be in Brevard, his deputies would be out in full force looking for him. Now, after searches that crisscross the state, what are believed to be Giovanni's remains were found over the weekend in a retention pond where he was last seen. According to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and the medical examiner, the body was so decomposed that further testing would need to be done to confirm it's actually Giovanni, but that they were preliminarily saying it was him. In a statement posted by WTSP, the Sheriff's Office said, according to the ME, no foul play or trauma was found during the autopsy. The cause and manner of death are pending toxicology and further investigation. Detectives believe the body had been in the pond for multiple days before floating to the surface. Prior searches of the area by law enforcement and volunteer search teams did not yield any signs of Giovanni Pelletier. At approximately 3:15 p.m. on August 8th, 2025, a family member was conducting a search when they saw what appeared to be a body partially submerged at the edge of the pond and notified deputies. However, there have been social media posts indicating that the official reporting hasn't been 100% accurate. In a heartbreaking Facebook post, his mom, Bridget, wrote, "The police didn't find my baby, the investigators didn't find my baby, the dogs didn't, the helicopters didn't. Stop spreading lies. You have no idea. We found my baby, and I will never, ever be the same." Bridget has started a GoFundMe page to raise money for search efforts, but updated it with the Tragic news of Giovanni's death. It says, "My son was recently found after a desperate search by our family alone, and we are still facing an active investigation into his death. I am living every parent's worst nightmare, trying to find the strength to give him the goodbye he deserves. Any funds raised now will provide crucial support to cover funeral, medical, and legal costs as we struggle to honor his memory through this unimaginable heartbreak." The crowdfunding campaign has raised more than $27,000 so far, and a Change.org petition has also been launched to try to get the FBI involved in Giovanni's case. Part of that petition reads, "This case spans multiple counties, involves suspected gang affiliations, and may include interstate elements, all reasons why the FBI should be involved. Without proper investigation, key evidence may be lost forever, and those responsible may never be held accountable. Allowing misinformation and investigative gaps to stand sets a dangerous precedent for every missing person case in Florida and beyond." All right, so to get some more insight into this investigation, I want to bring on somebody who is actually a part of this, a part of the search. I want to welcome on Billy Lane to the show. He's a private criminal defense investigator, founding member of the We Are the Essentials. It's a group of former law enforcement officers, military service members who use their skills to try to locate missing people. You do great work. Thank you so much for coming on and taking the time. How did you get involved in Giovanni's search?
Thanks for having us. So we have a big social media platform with our local nonprofit in Tampa Bay. And typically what will happen is when a case of this magnitude sort of develops, a lot of our followers will tag us in the social media posts. And through that, we're able to reach out to the family, and through mutual contacts, we typically establish an open line of communication, which we did in this case.
For this case, what kind of what aspects of the search did you help with? Did you get involved with? Was it ground searches, air support, dogs? What aspects of the search?
So we started a conversation Sunday night with the family, and what we try to do is provide ground assistance. We are, ground searchers. So our job is to gather as much facts as possible. We have to start our own investigation because typically law enforcement won't share information with us, which is fine. So we start from ground zero using the family's information that they are able to provide us of the locations, times, dates, and places. And then Monday morning, we were on the ground at 7 a.m. to start a ground search, and we started moving forward from there.
This sounds all right.
And what did you do after that?
So our ground searches typically were isolated to the road area, which was very near where the family lived at. And this was based on several factors. One of them was text messages that we received, and we did a timeline of the text message. And based on the Help Mom Help text message, he would have been in this area in the vehicle. Based on the other information the mother had provided us, based on the GPS path of travel from the home back to MIMS, would taken the car down that road. So we felt like this is a very important area. Plus, it hadn't been searched based on our information. And this was a 10-mile stretch of river road from Winchester to I-75 that was very secluded. There was no cameras out here. It was very wooded. There was construction zones out there. There are areas that people could have pulled off to the side of the road and stopped without anybody seeing them. Plus, at 2 o'clock in the morning on this road, they had very little traffic. So our job was to start eliminating, hopefully our job was to try and locate him alive and in good health. But the secondary is to try to eliminate areas that he is not in. So we were out there hoping to find him, but in the meantime, we were eliminating areas. We use a mapping program, and it shows every step we take. But what's most importantly, shows every step we don't take. So we're able to close in those areas. So for 5 days, we spent on the ground searching. But in addition to that, we also provided support for the family. We were answering questions for the family as former law enforcement officers. Why isn't this happening? When will this start happening? And what should we expect? In addition to that, we're also filtering outreach through media sources so we could keep Giovanni's story alive in the news. So that was very time-consuming, to say the least. It was very encompassed. There was a lot of moving parts of this, and the fact that this could be a search that would span more than 50 miles from the home. So we had to organize and structure our search based on facts that we were being given at the time.
By the way, if you've been following us here at Sidebar, you know how many different stories we produce a day, how many video clips we put out there a day. And just for any of you out there who are interested in maybe creating content of your own, if you put things out there, We use Opus Clip. So if you don't know what it is, it's an all-in-one AI editor that makes it easier and faster to cut, create, and upload videos across all social media platforms. And through the power of AI, Opus Clip automatically generates B-roll, it cleans up audio, it reframes your videos for any platform, and it is so easy to start using. I'm going to show you how. All you got to do is go to opus.pro/sidebar, sign up, and then upload a video. In just a few minutes, you're going to have tons of perfectly edited clips ready to go. So whether you're making videos for TikTok or Shorts or Instagram Reels, Opus Clip is your one-stop shop for getting your best content seen by more viewers across all these platforms with literally the press of just one button. And if you're wondering how good the AI edited videos are from Opus Clip, just look at our content here at Law and Crime. Our producers have used Opus to help us cut and share clips of some of our most major trials. And having a tool like Opus Clip means we can get you even more viral updates from inside the courtroom faster than ever before. So at Sidebar, we know our listeners have a lot of opinions and ideas to share, and this is the most powerful tool there is to help you edit like a pro and grow your own audience. So give it a try for yourself. Go to opus.pro/sidebar to start creating your own videos today. There's been some interesting reporting on this. Can you confirm who from Giovanni's family was helping with the search and who wasn't helping with the search? Was there one side of the family that was helping and another side of the family that wasn't helping?
I don't have privy to actually who they
Let's have a look
were,
at that.
but I do know that the family is very steadfast in wanting to go out and assist in the search itself. They had family friends, extended family friends that came down from North Carolina just to be involved in this search. And you have to understand, one of our missions here is to prevent the family from having to go out and actually do the searches. We had impressed upon them the fact that we did not want them out there. We impressed upon them the fact that this might not end well. And part of what we do is to prevent the family from having a tragic outcome of having to find their own loved one. That's the reason we're there. That's the reason we do what we do. But the family is very strong. They're very steadfast. And based on what we are aware of, it was an extended member of their friends of the family who actually made the discovery.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the reporting too. There has been statements made by people close to the family that there's not only been misinformation that's being spread online in random social media platforms, but also by law enforcement officials. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
I'm not quite sure what they're referring to, and to be honest with you, it's their story to be told. So I tried to let the family speak on behalf of the family. I will tell you that during the course of what we were doing, there was times that we were given information that we don't feel was accurate, maybe because of the scenario or the situation at the time. And I believe that we were also given information, or we're not giving information that could have changed the outcome of this, not maybe in a positive manner, but at least in a manner where we would have been able to try to do the recovery without having to involve the family. So there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to a search of this magnitude. There's a lot of emotions involved in these type of searches, and law enforcement's involved. Sometimes law enforcement loves us, and sometimes they see us as a challenge because we're out there trying to find people. We're trying to make closure in these cases. And honestly, I wish we could work together more with law enforcement because, to be honest with you, our goal is the same. It's to find him and bring him home, either in good health or to be able to have the family to lay him to rest. And that's our only mission that we have out here besides trying to support the family during these trying times.
And now they have found
Just to do it
these
that
human
way, isn't it?
remains. What is the next stage of this investigation, and how will you and your organization be a part of it?
To be honest with you, if this is Giovanni, our involvement is over. We don't look for the why and the how. We look for the where. We're more concerned about where he is than what got him there. You know, we're private investigators, sure, but we're private investigators working for the family. We're non-criminal conspiracists. We're just out there trying to figure out where we can search, where he is, and pray that we could potentially get to him before something tragic happens to him. And unfortunately, this was not the case. And I'm not quite sure if we would have been effective in that mission of trying to get to him before a tragic situation occurred. But the secondary phase of what we do is to try and locate him and bring him home. There are a lot of families out there right now, we're dealing with them, who do not have the answers of where their loved one is, who are still missing after years. And there comes a time after a certain period of time of trying to locate somebody, that window closes. And if you're not within that window, your opportunity to bring that person home will slip away from you.
And if this is Giovanni, if it's 100% confirmed, what do you make of the timeline? What do you make of the location of where he potentially was found in relation to the different geographic areas? What should we all be thinking about?
First of all, I would say think of Giovanni and his legacy in the family, number one, and what they're going through. So far as where he was located, if you look at the big picture and if you look at all the facts afterwards, which, to be honest with you, we didn't have at the time, it makes sense that he would have been close to that bag if he truly got out of the car at that location. We had received reports that he got out on River Road. We received reports that he got out on 75. So we had a lot of contradictory information that we were trying to process and eliminate. But this makes sense. If he got out on I-75, then I would say typically with our search parameters within 2 miles of the last location of the individual is a valid search location. And that's what we concentrate on. But unfortunately, we were having to deal with some misinformation and some lack of information. So it made it much more difficult over a 30-something mile span of road that we need to eliminate.
How is the family doing right now?
To the best of our knowledge, they are in crisis, like any family would be. They were praying that this was not the outcome, and so are we. And it's hard sometimes because it feels like, you know, what we do steals their hope that someday their family member will come back through that door. You know, we withdraw all that once they're located. So it's hard. It's devastating. And it's not even hard, it's devastating. This is mostly the worst day of their life, and rightfully so. They wake up, they go to bed one evening, they wake up the next morning and they're in crisis. They're in the worst situation possible. Their son's missing. And that's the reason our organization and the community comes together to try to support this family. They were from out of town. They had nobody besides their family that lived here. They had no connections here. So we wanted to support them, support the mission, and let them know they weren't here alone.
And just to confirm, how far away, if you know, if this is truly Giovanni, his remains, how far away was it from where he was staying? Was it about an hour away? Do we have that correct?
Hold on, I can tell you here. I think it was about 50 miles away from where they actually, from the search area was. Let's see here, 49 miles, as a matter of fact. So from the family's home to I-75 and State Road 70 was 49 miles. For us, like I said, for anybody who is doing this. Now, we believe in the very early stages of this that law enforcement had covered this area and that they had additional resources out there, family was out there. So we didn't want to go back and retrace a lot of their steps unless we have to, which we do sometimes, and we will. So we wanted to concentrate on an area that hadn't been searched, which was River Road. And so that's the reason we started focusing there and trying to eliminate that.
So did law enforcement give a response to that? Like, we didn't check that area, we thought we checked that area, maybe this specific location we didn't see. Any insight you can give us on that?
I will tell you from experience doing this and being in law enforcement that if a person, if this is the scenario, if he had drowned in that water, he would have went to the bottom of the water. And several days later, he would have came to the top of the water. And that could possibly explain what we're dealing with here. Now, I don't know if he drowned. Only the medical examiner does. And from the preliminary reports I've seen with the medical examiner, there's no confirmation that there's water in the lungs. But there again, I'm not the medical examiner. Sure. But if there had been water in the lungs and he went to the bottom of that water, there's a great chance that law enforcement could walk right past him, not searching the water, not realizing he was in there. And several days later, like the day that he was recovered, he could have come to the top of the water again based on the expanding of the gases in the body.
It is an incredibly distressing situation that is happening there, particularly for the family. But you and your organization do such important work. If people want to get involved and help with the efforts that you provide and the services your organization provides, what can they do?
This guy might be an EA employee, boy.
I tell everybody we're powered by your donation. So we are empowered by you, the viewers, and the people who support us. They can go to wearetheessentials.com. You can learn about our mission. You can learn how we believe that God leads us out here to help these families answer their prayers when people go missing and try to help them bring them home, whether it be alive or a recovery, so they can have a peaceful rest. So thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak today and to tell the story not only of Giovanni, but the legacy of others that we've located and that we will continue to fight to help.
No, it's our pleasure to be able to speak to you about this, Billy. Thank you so much, Billy Lane. Again, this is such an important group. We are the Essentials. Hope everybody can go check them out. Thank you again.
God bless. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So before we wrap things up, I want to let you know that tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, all this week pretty much, I'm going to be hosting Cuomo on News Nation at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And one of the things that I'm going to be doing, the plan is, and I'm going to put this up on social media with the number, is we want to take viewers' calls. So if you have questions about any of the cases that we've been covering here on Sidebar, you want to come on, talk about it, we would love to have that. I would love to talk to you guys again. So I'm filling in, hosting Cuomo, 4 days this week, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hope you can call and check my social media. I'll make sure to put up that number. Thanks so much, guys. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Come on, man.
A disturbing case out of Florida is making headlines as a mother faces serious charges. Authorities allege she left her minor child home alone with 7 starving dogs while she took off on a 2-week trip to Las Vegas. What deputies found when they checked on the home was nothing short of horrifying. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
I'm active.
Let's go to Putnam County, Florida. It is there that a mother, 37-year-old Jessica Copeland, is facing child neglect and animal cruelty charges. You see, authorities allege that she left her child home with 7 dogs while she was out in Vegas for 2 weeks. Those are the allegations. Now, yes, they're allegations. She's innocent until proven guilty. But my gosh, according to reporting, thank goodness for family. Apparently a family member called in a welfare check at the house to see what was going on. Oh, and by the way, this gets weird too, because Putnam County officials told News4Jax that they encountered an adult at the home who allegedly said, quote, "Oh yeah, I'm cleaning up. I can grab the teenager so you can see he's being taken care of." The child came outside, talked to deputies, told them everything was fine, there were no issues. By the way, don't know a lot more information about this child, including the age. All we know really is that this is a boy who is a minor, a teenager. That information, the other information, has been redacted as of now. But then, according to People, a different family member reportedly called police to give them some sort of video proof of emaciated dogs being abused inside that home. So police, they come back. They apparently speak to the boy, referred to as AR, who they say was, quote, in control of the residence. Here's what a Putnam County Sheriff's deputy wrote in a report. "I requested to see the conditions of the animals and their living conditions. AR stated the house was in poor condition and there is poop everywhere. Entering the front door of the residence, I was met by multiple dogs in various poor conditions, as well as the smell of feces and urine. In the living room, I observed all walking areas to the other bedroom encased in a thick layer of brown-white matter identified as animal feces. On the floor, I observed multiple crock pot bowls filled with water with unknown insects floating and flying around the surface. I asked AR how long has the house been in this condition, and he stated it's been that way for years. AR stated this is the way Jessica keeps the house and refuses to clean. Now, according to the police report, at least 2 dogs named Onyx and Chase were locked in a bedroom with no food or water, and the floor was filled with feces approximately 4 inches deep. It's disgusting. A pit bull mix named Hera was discovered in a cage behind the couch, which was covered with a blanket, also had no access to food or water. And 4 other dogs, Big Boy, Faye, Bella, Kitty, appear to have stayed in the living room of the home. So the Putnam County Sheriff's Office, they released a short clip of body cam footage that actually shows Jessica Copeland returning from her trip, finding deputies on her property.
Hey, are you Jesse?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Jesse, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. Probably just be 100% honest with you right off the bat, okay? The house is deplorable. Living conditions.
I just got home from vacation.
I understand, but this isn't just from 2 weeks worth of vacation.
Okay.
The dogs are completely emaciated and at the point that they're being starved to death. So if you do me a favor and just turn around and put your hands behind your back. Put your hands together like praise.
What?
Put your hands together like praise. So right now, ma'am, you're being placed under arrest for animal cruelty as well as child neglect.
Oh, and Action News Jax reporting this was all on her birthday. Yeah. So according to the sheriff's office, she is now facing felony child neglect and both felony and misdemeanor animal cruelty charges. And at last check, she's locked up on a $36,000 bond at the Putnam County Jail. If the allegations are true, I guess she just, didn't hit it big in Vegas to make bail, right? Now, reportedly, the child is doing okay, is now with family members. These malnourished dogs were taken to animal control. But again, my gosh, if these allegations are true, what are we talking about here? How could someone do this? Now, I will say this. If anybody out there is interested in adopting these dogs, giving them a new life, you're asked to contact Julianne Young at julianne.young@putnam-fl.gov. Sheriff H.D. Gator Deloach said in a statement, "The depravity of this situation is both heartbreaking and infuriating. A mother made the conscious choice to abandon her own child in a filth-ridden home, surrounded by the stench of animal feces and suffering of neglected animals, while she indulged on a 2-week birthday trip to Las Vegas. This wasn't neglect. This was deliberate cruelty, both to her child and to the animals she left behind." Let me be clear. Our community will not tolerate this level of selfish disregard for human and animal life. She now has time for reflection. Well, this is just a horrible, horrible story, to say the least. Unfortunately, we have seen alleged abuse cases like this before, and we want to bring them to you. We want to shed a light on what is going on or allegedly going on. And one of the reasons that we can do that is because we get incredible support from our sponsors like Upside. And if you don't know what it is, Upside is great. It is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily essentials. So I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out to lunch, I can use Upside. I go to a convenience store, I can use Upside. And why not get cash back when I do all these things, right? This is actual real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. So once you have the free Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app, you get paid. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. But make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR because you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. I want to bring in Sherry Botwin, licensed clinical social worker and trauma expert, to help try to break down and understand what this is, because I can't think of somebody who might be better to understand what's happening here. This is pretty disgusting and horrific. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Unfortunately, I have. I have worked with clients who are adults now, who in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s are still struggling with the fallout and impact of coming from a home like this.
How does it slip through the cracks? If this is true, this house was kept in this condition for such a long period of time, why are we only discovering this now?
I mean, I'm thinking about the teenager that was left in the home. I don't know anything about him, but I can sense that while he may feel abandoned and neglected, he's probably also very protective of his mom. And you know, it's that saying, what happens behind closed doors. People don't necessarily have access to finding out what's going on behind the closed doors. And it sounds like from what I'm reading, this young boy was used to living in these conditions. So for him to go and tell somebody, and then there's other adults, it sounds like, who have come in the home, but like the one woman is saying, we're cleaning up the house, there's nothing to worry about. People who are in relationships with the person who's allegedly the abuser or the neglectful parent, they tend to want to protect them, even in the worst case situations.
What about CPS? What about Child Protective Services? Is it a misunderstanding of what their oversight role is, when they're called out, what their job is supposed to be?
Mm-hmm. The problem is have they been called out in this case? Did anybody ever call them and say, you need to go to this home because there's a big problem? That piece of the story I don't know about, but I know that there are times, even in these agencies, that things get missed, and sometimes the secrets and the way that families and children and families can tend to hide and cover up such atrocities. I hate to say it, but this is something that happens all the time.
Again, assuming these allegations are true, and look, she's innocent until proven guilty, she'll have an opportunity to fight them. What are the defenses to this? If you take it as true, she goes to Vegas. She seemingly admitted that she went to Vegas, left her son, these dogs in this state. Now, they made it clear that this wasn't just these dogs weren't just left in these conditions for 2 weeks, that they were healthy dogs and then deteriorated, that this was happening for a while. But what defenses do you see from parents or guardians? Maybe, I don't even know if it's a legal defense or a moral defense, why they would think something like this is okay, or maybe they don't care, or maybe there's another reason. Again, let me emphasize this one more time. She's innocent until proven guilty, but I'm trying to understand what is a justification you have seen from parents or guardians who do similar conduct.
The thing is, you're trying to come up with a defense, a justification, and what is such a head spinner and something that I still don't understand even after doing this work for so long is there are parents out here in the world that will justify actions and behaviors that most of us would say, what in the world were you thinking? How could you possibly do that? And the thing that we have to remember is when somebody becomes a parent, they're not given a license, they're not certified. Anybody can become a parent. And sadly, there are people in this world who become parents and then they don't want to parent. So I'm imagining for someone like this woman, if these allegations are true, I'm thinking she might have said something like, well, he was a teenager. He could stay home alone and he said he was going to take care of the dogs. Like, parents will come up with all kinds of ideas and reasons why what they have done somehow is okay, even when it's so not okay.
It's like, you see this the selfish aspect of it, right? I mean, going to Vegas, that level of escape, going to party. There's other parents who have they go on dates or they do whatever they want to do to, benefit themselves at the expense of the children. There is an aspect to that, right? It's like an escape from their day-to-day. It's an escape from their responsibilities. I'm not justifying it, but I'm trying to understand what the rationale could be here. And I'm struggling to find it, because if you have love for your child and for your animals, how can you go out to, again, assuming these allegations are true, how can you go out to Vegas and seemingly party for your birthday while you know what's at home?
Here's the thing, what you're describing, it's so much more than being selfish. It's the pathology of the parent in that situation. And, again, we assume that when someone becomes a parent, they love their child. I know I've worked with clients who've come from families where they genuinely were not loved by their own parents. There are people in this world who, they're not just selfish, they don't have the ability to actually love and protect a child, even when it's their own. And that could be because of things that happen in their past. She could have mental health issues. There's so many things that we don't know about the mom. But the thing that we have to understand in the world that we live in is there are children living in families right now where their parents are literally incapable or too unwell. And I don't just mean they have depression or they're selfish or they're struggling with mental health issues. There are people in this world who are very narcissistic. And when you're talking about that type of pathology, a narcissist only cares about himself or herself. They don't have the ability to think, what in the world am I doing by leaving my child? They don't have the ability to actually love and protect a child the way a child needs to be protected and loved.
Yeah, and in terms of some sort of defense, like even a mental health defense, I think would be limited, considering there seems to be a level of consciousness for what she did here. So I think that's going to be limited. In terms of if you had the opportunity to speak to this child, what are the questions that you'd want to ask? Because you think about, what does this do to a child for the remainder of their life, assuming these allegations are true?
I think the first question I would ask him is, what does it feel like to be left alone in this type of environment, what does that make you think about yourself and the people around you? I would want to know things like, so when your mom left, did you feel like it was your responsibility then to become sort of like the parent? You're now in charge of these dogs. I would want to know, did your mom leave you any instructions or tell you how to contact her? I think the question that keeps coming in my mind when I think about this case.
At least 9 teenagers are now charged with murder. They're accused of being part of a plot to lure a fellow teenager to a place where someone he knew was waiting with a gun. And all of this was allegedly over a girl. Right now, we know the names of 5 people who are facing charges in this story. And when we were researching the newest names to be added to the list of suspects in this case, we were shocked with what one of the teens now charged with murder had apparently posted on her social media not too long ago. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. I have an update for you today on a story that we have been following out of South Carolina. It is a story of a group of young people who allegedly, according to police, came together to lure a fellow teenager to a place where he would be murdered. And all of this was allegedly over something that I think we can all agree, in the grand scheme of life, does not really matter, and that is teenage romance. This story has become even bigger since our first episode on this case, which was back in June. And it involves the man you see here, Trey Wright. He was just 16 years old. On June 24th, police say they found him with multiple gunshot wounds around 11:30 p.m. along a country road in South Carolina. Before I get to the new suspects in this case and what one of them allegedly posted on Facebook, let's get you caught up to speed on how we got to this point. This is Devin Raper. He is the man who police say fired the bullets that killed Trey Wright. Raper appeared to try to put on this bad boy persona on social media. He has a TikTok that's still public, and you can see some of the pictures like this one here, where he's flipping the bird at the camera, and he has the caption, "I wish we never met. I wish you would have stopped giving me missed signals, but can you stop? Because I'm trying to get to know your friend right now." Now, Trey, it appears, knew his alleged killer. They both followed each other on TikTok, but they were not friends. According to police, they were reportedly at odds over a girl at the time of Trey's murder. Now, it's unclear if this is the girl that they were fighting over. Her name is Gianna Kirstenmacher, and she was reportedly Trey Wright's girlfriend. The 17-year-old is charged with orchestrating his murder. The Florence County Sheriff's Office says that Kirstenmacher knew that there was a rivalry between Trey Wright and Devin Raper, and deputies say that she drove Raper to meet Wright on the night of his murder, quote, knowing that Raper was armed and that there would be a confrontation for violence likely to lead to death based on statements made in her presence. Now, she was initially facing a charge of accessory before the fact, and she was denied bond at that time, but her charges have been upgraded. She is now facing a charge of murder in connection to the death of Trey Wright, yet she's now out of jail. She was released on bond under strict conditions. Now, Raper is being held without bond. He is the one who allegedly fired the shots in this case. At his first court appearance, he tried to argue for himself in front of the judge. This is how it went down. This video per WBTW.
I did not do none of this. There was 4 months.
Okay.
Before I get to the new suspects in this case, it's important to know that Raper was known to the criminal justice system. He was arrested in August of last year on a charge of being an accessory after the fact to felony or murder, and he was released from jail in November, and then the charges were dismissed in February of this year, according to WBTW. Now, you heard Raper in that court video claiming that other people were involved in what happened, saying that there were 4 more people that were in the vehicle with him. Now, it's unclear who he specifically is talking about, but this week police arrested 3 more teenagers. Here are their mugshots. Their names: Corinne Belviso, Hunter Kendall, and Sydney Kearns. All 3 are now facing charges of murder. Now, it appears Belviso and Kirstenmacher were members of the same cheerleading team at a high school in Myrtle Beach. Arrest warrants that we received from the Florence County Sheriff's Office show that these new teenagers to be added to the list of suspects are accused of bringing Raper to the scene, knowing that he was armed and knowing there would be a violent confrontation. And Trey Wright was apparently no stranger to these new suspects. And what one of the new suspects posted on social media about Trey Wright really shocked us. Here it is. We found the social media of Corinne Belviso, now facing a charge of murder. On June 25th, which is the day after Trey Wright was killed, this is what she posted on her Facebook page. It is a link to the GoFundMe page for Trey Wright saying, quote, "They've made a GoFundMe to help Trey's family. If you're able to donate, anything will help. Trey was one of my friends. We're heartbroken. To know him was to love him. LLT." That stands for Long Live Trey. That has become a battle cry for people who are remembering him, honoring him, and calling for justice after his death. Before I get back to this episode of On the Case, I need to take a moment and talk about our partner and sponsors at Morgan & Morgan. This is a law firm that is the largest injury law firm in the country. They have more than 1,000 attorneys, and they win a lot. They've recovered over $25 million from more than 500,000 clients. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. In Pennsylvania, a client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insured's $650,000 offer. Another client in Pennsylvania received $29 million after being offered only $500,000. Now, even if you don't think your case is worth millions of dollars, why not fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so easy to start a claim. You can do it with just 8 easy clicks on your phone. So if you've been injured and you need to start a claim, go to www.forthepeople.com/OTC. You can also scan the QR code on your screen or click the link below. Now, Belviso has a lawyer who is not holding back in saying that she's innocent. He told WPDE that his client is innocent, saying, quote, "It's really simple. She's not guilty of anything. We've hashed through the stories. She's talked with police. I'm shocked she was charged, and I will defend this case with every breath I have. She's not guilty of anything." Belviso and Kearns, two of the new teenagers who were just arrested and charged in this case, they have been released from jail. They were granted $20,000 bonds. Hunter Kendall was denied bond, and he is still in jail at the time of this recording. According to WPDE, in South Carolina, 4 other suspects have been arrested and charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright, which brings the number at the time of this recording to 9 people who have been charged in connection to Trey Wright's death. We have reached out to the Florence County Sheriff for the names of these new suspects and information on their arrests. At the time of this recording, they have not gotten back to us. Joining us now from South Carolina to talk about this case is Tyler Bailey, civil rights and criminal defense attorney. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. What do you make? I mean, 9 suspects in this case, all charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright. What stands out to you in just how law enforcement is going about this investigation?
Well, first, just on a human level, it's a tragedy, especially when you have young people involved in gun violence and loss of life like this. And the first thing that went to my head was that this is kind of an unprecedented way to use the hands of one, hands of all jurisprudence, which is something that's used often in South Carolina involving gun crimes or possession of drugs, but I haven't seen it much with murder, especially when you have 9 young people. And it also appears to be a way for the local government and sheriff's office to probably combat youth violence, looking at a way to send a message that, young people and kids, teenagers, school starting back, don't assist people who have firearms and are about to engage in altercation, because you have 9 kids or young adults, some teenagers, some 18 or older, who actually help the accused get to the victim, and the victim tragically lost his life. So it's really unprecedented on those fronts. And then the bail also seems to be low, because these are serious allegations that kids or young people, let me rephrase that, are charged with, but the bond does not seem indicative of the seriousness of the crime, which leads me to believe that this could be a way or a tool to get them all involved in the case by law enforcement, and then possibly work out deals south from there.
Yeah, because it's from what we know, several of the suspects have been released on $20,000 bonds. The man, Devin Raper, who is accused of firing the shots, he is still being held without bond. What will prosecutors have to prove in these cases of the associates of the person they say fired the shots What will they need to prove if they were to take these to trial?
They'll need to prove that the associates knew that the accused was going to the location with the intent to commit murder of somebody. And they're using the fact that they assisted him. They knew that he had a weapon and they knew he was going to the altercation, but they're going to need to prove there was intent on the front of the associates that this was going to occur, which is tough. You know, providing assistance, accessory before the fact of the crime is easier to prove than it is actually that they all participated in the murder with the intent, knowing that the accused was going to go there. He was going to commit a murder by shooting the victim who tragically lost his life. And that's a steep hurdle for the prosecution to make here.
Because Gianna Kirstenmacher, who is reportedly the girlfriend of the victim, and she was the first co-suspect with Devin Raper who was arrested, and it was believed that she was the one, according to law enforcement, who orchestrated this, knowing that the two of them were at odds, that Devin Raper was armed, and that she was bringing Devin Raper to meet Trey Wright, and then it ends in sadly, Trey Wright's death. And originally she was charged with accessory before the fact, and now she is facing a charge of murder. What is the difference between the two?
Accessory before the fact means that they provided assistance to the defendant or the accused here to further his ability to commit the crime. Accessory after the fact is when they provide assistance afterwards with knowledge. But accessory before the fact means that she knew that he was going to go there and he wanted to, use his firearm to engage in murder, attempted murder, or something like that, and she helped him do it by orchestrating the whole thing. Murder, which is a lot of a steeper hurdle, means that she went there and actually helped him commit the murder. It's a little difference. It's a legal distinction. I think that the sheriff in an interview that I saw, he said that he was very methodical in speaking with the solicitor's office and investigators before upping the charges to murder for her as well. Accessory before the fact to me seems easier. And it also is something that this case could be pled down to maybe if they dismiss the murder charges later.
Because you think of some of the other people involved, and we don't know, we have arrest warrants that kind of say the same thing as Gianna Kirstenmacher's arrest warrant, where it was they knew, according to this, that Devin Raper had a gun and he was going to go to Trey Wright, and they knew that there was going to be an altercation that was going to lead to his death. And then there's also reportedly video of what happened, which that hasn't been released to the public as of yet. But in the case of Devin Raper, and he's accused of being the person who fires the shots, how much do the other cases, the 8 other people, does their case kind of hinge on Devin Raper? Because let's just say if he was able to be found not guilty in this for whatever reason, how does that impact then the other people who have been charged with murder if they're not the ones who were accused of firing the shots?
It'll be nearly impossible to charge the others with murder if the accused is acquitted at trial, or if this case is dismissed. I mean, the evidence seems to be pretty strong that, he fired a gun and he killed the victim here, but the other ones are being charged from what we can see based on the warrants right now for providing the assistance and helping orchestrate the murder. If he's acquitted, then there's no way that his associates or his friends or whatever you want to call them, who are also charged with murder, could be charged because the main culprit, the shooter, will be found not guilty, acquitted, or have the charges dismissed.
At the beginning, you said kind of I forget what particularly the phrase was, but when you know, as someone who knows the law in South Carolina,
you tie a knot in the end so it
how
doesn't
does
all
this,
squish
and I
out.
know in a
Make
lot of
3
ways
nice
this is
size ones there.
unprecedented, but what are some of the similar
The length you want?
situations you've seen where it has been a case like this has been prosecuted in the way that the Florence County
That's the way, eh?
prosecutors and the sheriff's
They're
office
working next to
going
Booger.
about it?
He shows me all
Hands
the
of
ways.
one, hands of all typically goes like
good
this. You'll
and
have
all the
somebody,
bad tricks.
let's say,
Big
driving in the
shout
car,
out to
and
Jackie
there's
Benz
marijuana in the car. The
for
officers pull
number
over
one
the driver of the vehicle, and everybody in charge, everybody in the
Singles
car
up,
is
any
charged
ladies
with
out there
possession of
looking for a
marijuana with
butcher?
the intent to
Hit me
distribute
up.
or
Come down
trafficking
to Roadie
marijuana.
Meats
It
and
can
get
also
your
be
fresh
used for gun
sausages and your
possession,
signature.
where there's a gun in the vehicle and somebody is not authorized to be carrying a gun in the vehicle, and everybody's charged with being in possession of the firearm. This is different. This right here is a murder that's committed, and they're saying the hands of the one shooter who committed the murder is sufficient to be the hands of all of his associates who helped orchestrate the murder. That's why it seems to be unprecedented, where this appears to be more of a case of providing assistance before committing the crime for the actual accused to commit the murder, who's the shooter, versus all of them being there. We don't know what all the evidence they have. It could be text messages. We could see the video. We don't know how they all assisted in committing the murder. I do think that law enforcement probably would not want to overcharge in a situation where they risk the chances of an acquittal, not being able to prosecute all of these individuals, and there's still more who could be charged. So there must have been some strong things that we, as members of the public, do not know about. And I do think I think the sheriff is looking at the public policy here and trying to curb this type of youth violence, whether it's social media, text messages, different communications, and getting or luring somebody to a place where a violent crime occurs by charging everybody with the severe charge of murder here versus something a little lighter, like accessory before the fact.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely sends a message because, I mean, just on a human level, to know that all of this was allegedly over some teenage girl dispute, I mean, it's just not worth it. And you think of the lives that have been impacted. Certainly, Trey Wright was somebody who was beloved, and he lost his life. He was just 16 years old. There are some suspects who are under the age of 18, but it appears, have been charged as adults. How does South Carolina typically go about cases where you have very serious charges, but people who are technically minors under the law?
In a case like this, where you have allegations of murder, it's all but certain they'll be charged as an adult. The prosecutor's office has discretion to charge minors as in juvenile proceedings, which are handled in family court, versus as adults, which are handled in our court of general sessions, which is felony criminal court. And here, because of the allegations of murder, the loss of life, and what they did in going about orchestrating the crime, the prosecutor's office, in conjunction with the sheriff, elected to charge everybody as adults here, which seems appropriate given the nature and loss of life.
How common is it that you see someone charged with murder? We were talking about bond a little bit earlier, but to get specifically into it, for someone to have that murder charge in South Carolina but be released on a $20,000 bond?
Not common at all. That's why it seems like this is almost, I'm not going to say slap on the wrist, but a show of force, but not the actions that follow it regarding the bond doesn't seem appropriate. $20,000 bond on murder charge usually does not happen. You'll have bond being denied more frequently. Maybe after several bond hearings, if the trial is taking longer to get to a jury, you may have a situation where they may grant bond or set a speedy trial with things like a GPS monitoring, home confinement, periodic check-ins. But $20,000 bond is something that you see on drug cases, maybe even some bad DUIs, not on a murder charge. So I do understand that the others who are also accused of or being charged with murder here may have not been the shooter, but they've been charged with murder. And so just given the seriousness of the allegations, chance of being a flight risk, just because of the nature of the allegations, I know they're young, pretty sure they have parental involvement. You would still think it would be more appropriate to have a bond that seemed more in line with the charges that they're accused of.
Because if even someone doesn't have great financial means and you're facing a $20,000
Oh my God,
bond, I mean,
kick
what
it
would
in,
you
boys.
typically, I mean, the least amount that you would have to post to be able to get out of jail if you're facing that type of bond?
I mean, with a 10% surety bond, you can get a bondsman to put up 7%. Family could put up 3%. So you're looking at that 10% of 20,000. I'm not a mathematician, but I believe that's 2,000. And another 10% of that, 200. You can have a situation where somebody puts up what, $600, and then the bondsman puts up the rest. And then you have payment plans on it. So a $20,000 bond is really nothing for a murder charge. It's easy for somebody to take care of that. Something more appropriate could have been a $250,000 bond if you're going to give one, just because their age that they are. And even then, in most counties, people, the phrase of catch and release is something that's big here, where people are accused of violent crimes, but they're out on bond quickly. And that's something that seems to be the case here, because you have murder charges. Although they're young, although they may have not been the shooter, the state elected to charge them with that high crime. So it's a little odd here, and we'll see what that looks like regarding the local community, how they feel about it moving forward.
Yeah, I know that there was, just from some local media reports, some criticism of the bonds being so low. I don't know if you saw it. Devin Raper, who's the man accused of firing the bullets, at his first court appearance, he started pleading his case in front of the judge. It was just an arraignment. The judge told him to stop. He had said something like, "Oh, there were other people there," and the judge said, "Please talk to your lawyer." Generally speaking, why is it that it is not a good idea and it's not advisable for a suspect to do that in open court?
Early on in the way our South Carolina criminal cases go, you'll have a bond hearing, which is the first time that accused is before a judge.
Oh, I swear,
simply to look at what type of bond should be set. It's not to go into the underlying allegations of the crime, and then the accused has the right to remain silent. Anything that could be used against him could be used at the trial of this case. And the bond hearing is not the time for the defendant to start testifying about the facts of it. Everything that he said then is on the record about there being others there. It wasn't like how it's being portrayed to be, and that can be used by the prosecution later. And the judge was trying to caution him of that, to listen to your lawyer, let your lawyer do the talking, because you could jeopardize your case, even if it's something that you think is insignificant that's said before a judge, when you're testifying under oath, and you don't even know what's all in discovery yet. So it's always advisable for accused to listen to the counsel, the lawyers, only talk when and if you take the stand later on, and let your lawyer do the talking for you.
And I'm sure a good amount of heartburn for the defense attorney.
What do you mean?
See a client start speaking in the middle of a bond hearing, like what we saw Devin Raper do, knowing that all these other cases hinge in a lot of ways on how his case would play out.
How's that not a foul?
What does the timeline look like if these were to keep going forward? What does the timeline look like for how this could be prosecuted?
It's going to take some time. We have a lot of co-defendants who are charged with murder. Of course, the shooter is actually the number one. If this was a organized criminal case, who they're going to be looking to be prosecuted, but everybody else is also charged. There could be more evidence that's collected. You could have plea deals with the associates who may agree to plead to something less, with the condition that they will provide assistance to the government in prosecuting the shooter. So a timeline on this case, easily I could see 2 years before this case going to trial, if it ever goes to trial. This could be a situation, just given their age, there's several options that they could have, with whether it's a lengthy probation, charges being reduced to lower offenses of some of them, depending on what role they played. But I doubt that the state is going to make this case seem like a slap on the wrist. I think the $20,000 bond that they got early on the case hurts them later on, because the public is not going to be pleased if this is just something that seemed to be an overreach by the government, where they charged him with murder, slapped him with a $20,000 bond, and then later gave him probation of like 4 years. That seems like a injustice for the loss of a life, if they're going to make charges like this so early in the case.
And what is the process typically? I mean, you as a criminal defense attorney, if you have a client who says, hey, look, if one of these teenagers is ready for a plea deal, they want this to go away, what is the process of how that could play out?
The prosecution is going to be the one who controls it. Criminal defense attorneys are defense for a reason. They don't control everything regarding scheduling, regarding when all the discovery is ready for the defense lawyer to review. Even if you have somebody who's rushing there and saying they're ready to plea out, things are going to be done on the prosecution's timeline. Now, that doesn't mean it could drag on and on forever. 5-6 years or something of that nature is a very long time. And the accused does have a right to demand a speedy trial if they believe they are ready to go to trial quickly. But ultimately, there's a timeline of, they're out on bond. The lawyers are working with the state in reviewing and receiving all the evidence, going over that evidence with your client, and then entering plea negotiations from there. They can reach out to see if the prosecution is ready to talk, or the prosecution will reach out on their own time. And if a deal can't be worked out, then you prepare for trial.
All right, we'll see how this case plays out. Definitely, 9 people at this point. We'll see if any more people are charged. Tyler Bailey, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
A shocking story out of Pennsylvania for you. A judge's boyfriend tries to end their year-long relationship, tells her she has to move out. In response, She shot him in the head while he slept. Now, he miraculously survived the shooting and testified against her at trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, it didn't take very long for a jury in Pennsylvania to find former Harrisburg District Judge Sonia McKnight guilty of attempted murder. Yep, you heard me right. Prosecutors say she was a scorned lover, and when her boyfriend at the time insisted she move out of his home, she fired a gun at his head while he was in bed, possibly trying to stage things to look like a suicide. But that boyfriend, well, ex-boyfriend, Michael McCoy, lived to tell the tale, and he did so on the witness stand, and we're going to get to that. Now, we first told you about 55-year-old Sonia McKnight's arrest a little more than a year ago. In February 2024, McCoy, who had been in a romantic relationship with McKnight for about a year, wanted to end the relationship. So he asked her to move out of his home, but says she refused, even took away her key. But then you go to February 9th, and he came home to find her hanging out on his couch in her pajamas. According to McCoy, he left to go out to a restaurant, and when he came back, he told McKnight they'd talk about things in the morning. So he says he went to sleep at around 11 p.m. that night, but then wakes up a few hours later in incredible pain. He was blinded, unable to see, but says he could hear McKnight asking, "Mike, what did you do to yourself?" Well, turns out McCoy had a gunshot wound near his right eye. He was rushed to the hospital, told EMTs, though, he didn't shoot himself, was not suicidal, and if at any point his heart stopped or he stopped breathing, he told the medical staff, "Save me." Now, the only other person in that home that evening was McKnight. Now, police say she called 911 to tell them she heard her boyfriend screaming but didn't know what happened. The problem for McKnight was, police quickly started uncovering clues in the home. The gun used in the shooting was owned by McKnight. Investigators found gunshot residue on her hand and clothes, and police say they caught McKnight in lies. For example, she told detectives that she didn't leave the house that night, but surveillance footage from neighbors proved that wasn't the case. McKnight was arrested and released on $300,000 bail, and her trial started more than a year later, and that is what we're going to talk about. But to get into some more of the evidence, this case, I'm not just bringing on an attorney. No. I'm going to bring on, for a judge who was convicted of acting quite badly, I'm bringing on right now Judge Brandon Birmingham out of Texas. Judge, my goodness, so good to see you. It is not often we hear of someone in your line of work arrested and charged, but let alone accused of trying to kill someone. Your reaction to that?
Well, it was shocking to say the least. Just as you said, every now and then you'll hear about a judge getting in trouble, but for this kind of trouble, attempted murder, handgun to the face, trying to cover it up, lying to the police officers, her story unravels. It was quite a shocking tale.
By the way, we'll get into this a little bit more about her, other prior bad acts. We'll get into that, but generally speaking, if a judge gets convicted of a crime, attempted murder, what happens to all those cases?
Spontaneous or something?
Well, all of those cases are going to be reviewed. Certainly, the lawyers that represent the clients are going to have an opportunity to
AUSSIE and chat.
Post-conviction writs if they think something
I'm great.
happened, especially around the time frame that this happened. If she was making big decisions, I'm sure that the lawyers in those cases are going to be reviewing them to see if there was anything that they can point to in the record to say, she wasn't acting right or she didn't rule in the right way.
Nice.
On these particular cases.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about this trial. Now, because of McKnight's prominence
as
a judge in the community, apparently a prosecutor from Cumberland County prosecuted the case to avoid any conflict of interest. And a jury was actually bussed in from nearby Delaware County. Judge, not surprised by that, but that's an issue in of itself, right? Having a judge on trial, it seems like they tried to take whatever safeguards were possible to make sure there wasn't a conflict or that she got a fair and impartial jury.
Yeah, I think this case is a good illustration of how the process can work and is flexible. It's obviously unusual to have a judge on trial.
Work in hospital and playing FF games.
To make sure that the appearance of impropriety doesn't exist in the trial, and that we have a jury pool that is less likely to be influenced by the fact that the person is a judge or is less likely to know the judge. You know, after all, a judge is somewhat a public figure. And so you take that away, and I think this case is a good illustration of also having a neutral prosecutor. Obviously, there's going to be the appearance of impropriety potentially for the same prosecutor in the same district to be prosecuting a judge that prosecutor's probably appeared in front of. And so we have a good illustration of how the process can work independently.
Let us play on.
I don't think that any of the questions about this trial have had to do with that process, and that's a good thing.
Hey, real quick, I want to thank our incredible new sponsor, Experian, for sponsoring Sidebar. Now, this is big because Experian can help you stay on top of finances. After all, April is financial literacy.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Appreciate it.
Getting ready for work.
So
Wanted
the
to
first
say
step
hello.
To take control of your credit and finances is to download the Experian app, which, by the way, has tons of free tools. Your free FICO score, which can help you boost your FICO score instantly for free with Experian Boost. Free access to a marketplace of credit card, loan, auto insurance options that match to you. Free credit monitoring with real-time alerts to keep you in the know on changes to your Experian credit profile. And let's not forget, you can easily freeze your Experian credit file for free in the app, helping protect you against identity theft. So make sure your finances are always in good shape with Experian. Use the link in the description or scan the QR code to download the free app now. Results will vary, additional terms may apply, and see the App Store for more details. Now, I should tell you, this trial wasn't very long. There was only 2 days of testimony. So according to reporting from Penn Live, the prosecution argued that there were only 2 people in the home, McCoy and McKnight. And McCoy insisted he didn't shoot himself. So that left McKnight as the shooter, right?
Yes.
The defense argued, though, just because McKnight was the only other person in the house didn't prove that she did it. There's possibly reasonable doubt there. And on the first day, after opening statements, 17 witnesses were called. Most of them were police officers, others were first responders who were at McCoy's home. And Penn Live reports that multiple officers say that they heard McCoy state multiple times he was not trying to kill himself. He was not suicidal. Now, Judge, having just one witness about what someone said is one thing, but to have multiple witnesses corroborate that information, I imagine, is critical. By the way, how is there not a hearsay issue, right? They're overhearing what he said. Is there a hearsay issue at all?
There can be. You know, there's also a number of exceptions to the hearsay rule that apply. When somebody is making excited utterances, in other words, saying something in an excited state, that may be one exception. If they're giving their state of mind or their feelings of pain or fear or anxiety, that's another exception that can be used. And then there's another one called present sense impression. So there's ways to get around that, and all of those really relate to the state of mind of the victim in this case and what was going on in his mind at the time immediately after this crime had apparently occurred. And those are vitally important statements that obviously swayed the jury. I think that was one of the key parts of this case.
And I'll get to the verdict, but you know, it's interesting when you hear about this, because if this was a situation where he tried to harm himself, right? You've seen cases in the past where someone does try to do it, and then afterwards it's like, no, save my life, I regret this, you know. It wasn't necessarily that's what, that's not, I can't imagine that in and of itself was the reason she was found guilty, right? Because there could be situations where somebody does try self-harm, but they may reverse course after it's attempted. So that only went so far for the prosecution, right?
Sure, and that's one thing that you would consider one of the circumstances in this case. I think the 2 biggest problems that she had are, number one, her prior involvement with him. As you said at the top, you know, he came home and she was in his house and she wasn't supposed to be there. And so that history is pretty important. And I think the other thing that's really important is that anytime a person accused of a crime is caught making untruthful statements, that usually is a good
man, what are you doing?
Them for a guilty verdict that the jurors will use, and we had some of that in this case.
Let's go to another aspect of this, and I think this is really important. So forensic scientists also testified about the results of their tests.
Stupid
and both
fucking
McKnight
idiot.
and
What was he
McCoy
doing?
had gunshot residue on them after the shooting. Now, the defense noted that there was more residue found
got a
on
fucking
McCoy
two for not
rather
passing
than
that ball at the
McKnight,
end.
according to the test, but one witness testified that McKnight had washed her hands at least once before her hands were tested for any residue. Now, Judge, sometimes testimony from experts can be confusing for juries, especially when you have forensic experts get down into the nitty-gritty of how their testing works. But why is it so important for them to basically, show their work to jurors, not just give their conclusion? What do you think this impact had on the jury?
Jurors are always going to be looking for physical evidence. They know and they're told and they expect that when a person fires a gun, that there's the potential that gunshot residue might be on their hand. The expert would also say that just because you have gunshot residue on your hand, that doesn't mean necessarily you fired it, but it could mean that you were in close proximity to it. So that may explain the gunshot residue, but it goes back to those statements that you make. Insofar as somebody's caught in a lie, that's usually a piece of evidence against them. The same thing is if they're covering up evidence, and certainly somebody in her position is going to be familiar with gunshot residue.
Right.
They know how it works, at least have a working knowledge of it. And so she's going to know when jurors are thinking, man, she knows how this process works, and now she's in there washing her hands twice. That looks pretty bad.
Even if she didn't have an understanding of gunshot residue, she knows how evidence works. She knows the rules of evidence, right? She knows, and I have to say, look, I'll be the first to tell you, Judge. Sometimes I look at judges and we forget that they're real people, right? They're held to this position, they're held to the standard, rightfully so. It's an incredible position to have. It's a privilege to have, and I sometimes forget that they're human beings, and it makes me wonder, what she did here, the surveillance footage, lying, the 911 call. And I'll tell you this, one of the police officers testified that she dropped some sort of article of clothing that was supposed to be turned over to investigators into a toilet at the police station. So now you're talking about, again, potentially tampering with evidence, not a good look. But it makes me wonder, how did she think she was going to get away with this?
I ask myself that question quite frequently in my line of work. I think it's probably stems from something being short-sighted. It's probably stems from arrogance, probably stems from self-preservation. You commit the crime and you try to get away with it. You don't anticipate all of the problems, and so you got to cover up. I don't know. My courtroom is full of stories like that.
So, Mr. McCoy took the stand during the trial. This is big, okay? Now, he had told the jurors that he had been asking McKnight to leave his home every day for a week, and she ignored him. And on the night of the shooting, the last thing that he remembers is McKnight saying to him before he went to bed in the guest bedroom, "Oh, so you're serious." And McCoy testified that when he woke up in searing pain,
dangerous spot here. The Crows a chance. Jones almost keys with the soccer. Phil Falk down there, extracted it and snapped the goal. That might see the Crows home. Phil Falk with a huge final turn.
Medical treatment for the rest of his life to maintain the eyesight. He told the jurors that when McKnight responded to his screams, he had to ask her to call 911, and she didn't do it right away. And she then, according to him, led him to the furthest bathroom on the second floor of the house. So, Judge, really, really bad testimony. You don't always get a surviving, you don't get a victim to testify, a surviving victim testifying. It's unbelievable. And in this state, to recount what happened is very, very powerful evidence, no?
Absolutely. This is through no fault of her own, not a murder case. She tried her very best to make it a murder case. That's what the attempted murder charge is. And, had he succumbed to his injuries, we never would have known about that final statement that she made. "Oh, now you're serious." And boy, once you put it in context with her prior conduct and what we know now happened, it seems like that's the moment in time that maybe she decided what she was going to do. She probably considered it some time before. Obviously, she had the weapon, but maybe that was the moment in time when she realized this relationship is truly over. And that's when I want to use the word snapped. That's when she decided that she was going to commit this crime. And what a chilling piece of testimony that only comes because he survived.
And I imagine the jury seeing him in this state, learning more about his condition, that helps. That helps the credibility aspect of him, right?
It's going to help the court craft the sentence as well. This permanent physical injury is going to be a permanent reminder for the victim for the rest of his life. And that's going to have an impact on what the sentence is and the outcome of this case.
Oh, absolutely. And it's incredible. And it's a miracle he's alive after something like this. So the idea is not only did
Just need to
she
kick a
shoot
goal,
him,
boys.
not only did she make it clear that she wasn't trying to save him, make sure paramedics wouldn't get there as quickly as possible. But here's the thing, during his testimony, McCoy admitted he didn't actually see who shot him. He said, "I can't say who it was, I was blind, but I can tell you who was in that house prior to me going to sleep. The only other person in that house was Sonia McKnight." And once the jury got the case, they didn't deliberate very long. Within 2 hours, they convicted McKnight of attempted murder and aggravated assault. Now, Judge, you think the jury got it right in the end? Did the prosecution prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt?
This is a wonderful example of a circumstantial evidence case, because we don't have any direct evidence about who actually pulled the trigger. The circumstances before the crime, this souring relationship.
Red, you got to call for the ball,
the
mate.
character of the defendant, and then the lies that she
man.
told and the cover-ups that she tried to make afterwards all convinced this jury beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the one that did the crime.
By the way, it was interesting they charged her not only with attempted murder, but assault. So in other words, if the jury wouldn't believe this was murder, attempted murder, they could at least get her for the assault charge, right?
Yeah, assault charge, intent to commit assault or cause serious bodily injury is a lesser charge of attempt to commit murder, at least in some jurisdictions. And really, it's all about punishment. But the jurors are going to look at the location of the wounds. They're going to look at the type of weapon used, how far away was the weapon, and what was the victim doing during the time that the weapon was used. And all of those things would indicate that she had murder on her mind when she walked into that bedroom.
You mentioned punishment. Let's talk about that. So according to Penn Live reporters that were in the courtroom when the verdict was read, McCoy bowed his head. McKnight didn't have any kind of reaction. The judge deemed she's a flight risk, raised her bail to $3 million. Sheriff deputies took her into custody, led her from the courtroom in handcuffs. And McKnight reportedly faces between 30 to 60 years in prison when she's sentenced in May. By all accounts, she's going to have to serve her sentence at SCI Muncie, the only prison in Pennsylvania that houses women. Judge, what's she looking at? What kind of punishment you think?
She's looking at, 30 to 60 years, and, I'm not 100% familiar with the statutory scheme there, but I do know that there are certain aggravating factors that a court will take into consideration in a punishment phase, as well as certain mitigating factors, and that's what all punishment phases are about. It helps that in her life, she's led a good life. She hasn't ever been convicted of a felony before, and so she has a lack of criminal history that would warrant some mitigation. On the other hand,
what are you
this
doing?
seems to be a premeditated
Why are you kicking up the Roberta
crime of a defenseless person
Ariel.
that was extraordinarily violent, and she tried to lie to cover it up, and so that's going to hurt her in that analysis.
I am curious if something that might hurt her is her past. What do I mean by that? So this apparently is not the first time that former Judge McKnight has been in trouble. It's not even the first time she was accused of shooting a lover. So at the time of her arrest, she was actually suspended from the bench without pay. There were claims that she violated judicial probation in a misconduct case in 2020.
What's the matter? Why are you going there,
got involved in a traffic stop of her son. She was acquitted of criminal charges but remained suspended. According to the District Conduct Board of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, McKnight violated 7 different rules governing standards of conduct of magisterial district judges. Those violations included theft of time, when she allowed employees to take extra vacation days. She also allegedly told her office manager to pretend she never received a civil complaint regarding a loan that she owed. 2019, by the way, McKnight was investigated for shooting her estranged husband in the groin. Prosecutors didn't file charges. They said it was self-defense. But, Judge, can any of that come into her sentencing?
In jurisdictions like Texas, the answer is yes. We're pretty wide open. Some jurisdictions have, sentencing guidelines they've got to follow. I will say that if somebody's acquitted of a crime, that usually is not admissible in a punishment phase because they've been acquitted of the conduct, even if the conduct is justified. And I believe that in the case of the shooting of her former, I guess it was her ex-husband.
Yes.
That was a justified shooting according to the news reports that I read. So that probably won't come in, but the allegations of official misconduct, if the state can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt in the punishment phase, and it's something under Pennsylvania law that will allow for enhanced sentencing, then yeah, the answer is yes. It comes in, this is what a judge friend of mine used to say, it comes in like a freight train.
You gotta ask this. You gotta answer this for me. What goes into a judge getting on the bench? I mean, what is the background check process?
Just need one
What
fucking
is the
goal,
psychological
mate.
evaluation? When I see what she is now convicted of, obviously,
There it
I say this in a lot of different cases about law enforcement acting
Come on.
badly, teachers acting badly. Hindsight's 2020. Nobody has a crystal ball, but you got to tell me. And look, you may know this better than me. I don't see cases every 5 seconds about judges being arrested and convicted of crimes, let alone attempted murder. There has to be, there's some sort of review process, right? Unless it's, I know it's not foolproof, but when you hear a judge getting involved in this stuff, what does it take for a judge to get on the bench?
Well, this is an interesting question. It's different in every state.
Yeah, let the midget get on the fucking Giants, you dumbasses.
Been an attorney for 5 years, and you are elected in popular elections. Other states are appointed by the governor's office. Some states have retention elections. There's always going to be some minimum qualifications about your legal standing and have a good law license and all of those things. But there's no like mental health evaluation or anything like that. I think really maybe what this case illustrates is that, you know, judges are, as you said at the very beginning of this segment, judges are human beings, and you know, some apples are bad, and we can unfortunately see how those apples have spoiled in this case. And
oh no,
you know, that's the same for any profession. You know, lawyers, teachers.
Oh, I was offside.
Anytime there's humans involved, there's human error, and this case is a good example of it. Judges are humans. We're not special. We're not omniscient. We won elections or we got appointed, and that's basically the only thing that qualifies us, and there's nothing more than that.
Straight
I
past
talked
him.
to members of law enforcement about cases of law enforcement members being charged with crimes, committed of misconduct, accused of misconduct. I imagine, and this is what they say, the people who want to hold members of law enforcement, members of authority accountable more than anybody else are the members of law enforcement. They take offense to it. They get more angry than anybody else. When you see a case like this, does it make you angry?
Yeah, I feel like all my judges all across the country are my brothers and sisters. They're my colleagues, and we're committed to making sure that our process is safe, and to anything that would impugn the process we dislike. And this is certainly something that's disparages the judiciary as a whole, and that's tough to take. Tough to take.
Judge Brandon Birmingham, great seeing you. One of the best judges we know, and so happy that you came here and talked to us about it. Really, it's a disturbing case, but I'm happy you had the chance to talk about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you again.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us, and as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. The Department of Justice is facing a brand new lawsuit regarding the Epstein files. Could this lead to the release of even more information regarding the man accused of being one of the most prolific sex traffickers of all time? Oh, and remember Ghislaine Maxwell? She's appealed her conviction to the United States Supreme Court. Is it going to work? Let's find out together. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We have a new lawsuit related to the Jeffrey Epstein files we got to talk about. Everybody wants to know more about the deceased financier and convicted sex offender, the man accused of being one of the most prolific and infamous sex traffickers of all time, who died in a New York City jail cell in August of 2019. And that has been in the news a lot lately. Per a promise from President Donald Trump, there was this rush to release all of these files related to the investigation into his apparent sex trafficking scheme. And remember this, right? Back at the end of February, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, would be releasing files connected to Epstein. And there has been a ton of interest in this, from everything surrounding Epstein's death to his connections to high-profile, high-powered people, whether there's a little black book of all of his alleged co-conspirators in this purported sex trafficking ring. You know, the client list sort of thing, even though the documents that have been released, even if somebody had a connection to him, doesn't mean they were aware or participated in anything illegal, just to make that clear. But when the documents were released to the public, it turned out that a lot of that information we already knew, we already had from court records. So then Pam Bondi publicly accused the FBI of hiding some of the key documents that were connected to this case. And there's been a little bit of reporting here and there, but not really a major secondary release of Epstein files. So that's basically a quick refresher on where we're at. And now we have to talk about this lawsuit. So Judicial Watch, which is a self-described not-for-profit that, quote, seeks to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity in government and fidelity to the rule of law, it also has been characterized by others as a conservative government accountability group, they have filed a lawsuit against the Department of Justice, the DOJ, regarding the Epstein files. This was filed in the United States District Court for D.C., and I'm going to lay it out for you, and then we're going to break it down. So the lawsuit states, quote, on February 21st, 2025, plaintiffs submitted a FOIA request to the Office of Information Policy, OIP, a component of defendants, seeking access to the following: all records of communication between Attorney General Bondi and any other individual or entity regarding any lists or other records depicting the identities of clients or associates of Jeffrey Epstein. This request includes, but is not limited to, all records related to the department's compilation, distribution, handling, and the potential public release of any such records.
What's going on, guys? It's Troy Dan here, and today we've got clips that got streamers banned. I don't know what we're about to see here today, but I have a feeling it might be a nip slip or two, maybe a sausage. 3, 2, 1, go.
Countdown. We've got one of the most ridiculous debates in Twitch history, and it only got a 3-day ban.
3 days.
March 26, 2021. Its Pinky was streaming to about 80 to 100 viewers when her chat brought up a talent she had mentioned before. What happened next split the streaming community and started endless fights about Twitch's unfair rules.
Yeah, I can literally queef on command. You guys want to hear this? Y'all want to hear this? Hold on. Let me just put the microphone right here.
I get 3 pauses of video. I'm gonna use 2 of them right now. All right.
She then showed off her skill, putting her microphone near her body and loudly sucking air in, then pushing it back out.
Did you guys hear it going into my vagina? Now let me push the air out.
The moment blew up across social media instantly. Hours later, It's Pinky's account was suspended from Twitch for 3 days. The ban started a huge fight in the streaming world. People argued that male streamers like XQC regularly farted into their mics without getting in trouble.
Okay, I'm using my other pause. I have farted into the mic. I will guilty. Guilty is charged. But I have never took my penis and put air inside the foreskin and make noises waiting. I have never done it, never will.
And seem unfair.
Oh.
Why are we seeing this? You need to get banned for this,
Pinky pointed this out herself, tweeting, I guess that means XQC needs to be banned too for his farting into mics as well, LMAO.
What?
Other people defended the ban, saying her deliberate and obvious act crossed a line that normal farting didn't.
Is she smoking
It's
rock?
Pinky took it well, tweeting, I'll be back in 3 days, bitch. Stay mad. Hater. She also posted normalized front butt flatulence. While It's Pinky was dealing with her 3-day suspension, another streamer was about to face much harsher consequences. Tyler, aka Trainwrecks TV, would prove that some people never learn, getting banned twice with 2 different explosive rants that crossed every line possible. November 2017. Angry with the streaming community, Trainwrecks TV delivered what became one of the most infamous moments in Twitch history.
I'm sick of all the bullshit happening in this community. This used to be a goddamn community of gamers, nerds, kids that got bullied, kids that got fucked with, kids that resorted to the gaming world because the real world was too fucking hard, too shitty, too lonely, too sad and depressing. Now it's ran by the goddamn same sluts that rejected us, the same sluts that chose the goddamn cool kids over us, the same that are coming to our community, taking the money, taking the subs, the same way they did back in the day.
What's going on?
I am the goddamn fucking reality check.
You got banned for this?
King, and I will lead you.
This 2017 moment spread everywhere instantly.
That's Adderall eyes. I know Adderall. Those are Adderall eyes.
And hate speech.
Oh my God.
Fox TV posted an apology on Twitter claiming the rant was partially meant to be interpreted in a satirical manner and was only aimed at the 0.1% of women that sexually exploit themselves for views. But Trainwrecks TV clearly didn't learn. In October 2018, he delivered another ban-worthy speech that was somehow even worse.
I made a vow to reality check all these suckers, all these motherfuckers, pieces of shit. I'm gonna start a movement. I'm gonna start a movement. Ape Gang is gonna rise. You virgins in the chat.
Ape Gang.
I'm gonna give you pussy. These motherfuckers, fake fuck. These girls that rejected us, these girls that come back into our streaming community with the same goddamn stories, with their tits out, with their pussies out, with their goddamn motherfucking yoga pants on, with their ass squatting, with their motherfucking tits in their faces.
And bitches farting in mics, queefing. Sorry, it's not farting.
For donations, donation goals of bullshit.
The 2018 rant escalated further.
From
I am the goddamn light. I am the goddamn savior. Say no more to these goddamn using women. I am the leader. From now on, we will not give you money. From now on, we will not sub to you. From now on, we will do nothing unless you prove to us it is not an act. Put it where it belongs, on the fucking couch and on the fucking ground.
This second moment earned him an indefinite ban from Twitch, a much harsher punishment than his first offense. Speaking of shocking moments that left platforms scrambling to respond, our next entry takes us to an incident that somehow flew under the radar despite being one of the most explicit violations ever captured. Kimiko was a small Twitch streamer with just 231 followers who'd only been on the platform since July. During what seemed like a normal just chatting
sorry,
stream.
I got another pause. I thought this was the clip. This girl's about to get in the back. She is.
Viewers started noticing something was happening off camera.
This is
Footage
great.
shows
I forgot
Kimiko
about this.
sitting at her desk, responding to chat like any other stream, but her face started changing dramatically.
Yeah, she going to
eyes
Pound
rolling
Town.
back, sudden breathing changes, and what sounded like barely hidden moans. At first, viewers were confused. Then they noticed the reflection in her window. You could clearly see the outline of another person behind her.
I forgot
Moments
about
later,
this.
her partner's head became visible as he moved behind
look
her
at
chair.
You
Chat
horny
quickly
bastard.
figured out what was happening. Kimiko was having sex live on stream while trying to keep talking to her viewers. She kept typing responses and talking to chat like nothing was happening,
That's what I
but her
do.
reactions made it impossible to hide. Kimiko later told reporter Jake Lucky that it was a drunken accident and ended the broadcast soon after. When asked about her ban length, she revealed it was only 7 days.
However, when Twitch banned the user, they only banned them for 7 days.
No, they got 7
So I
days
joined in
for
on
that?
TikTok Live. Then I asked her the
7
$1 million
days.
question. I know why, but like, how long are you banned for?
7 days.
This started huge drama in the streaming community. 7 days for having
7
sex
days.
on camera seemed incredibly light compared to other bans.
That's
Gideon
insane.
had gotten a permanent ban for organizing a hate raid on Pokemon's chat, while Forsen got a month-long ban for accidentally showing inappropriate content for just a few seconds.
Like, it's not making sense. Gideon's offense was much less severe than fuck on camera, getting your fucking back blown out, and also making terrorist threats about up the goddamn company. Like, his is so trivial in comparison to all of those things, and yet his is the most severe punishment so far.
Kimiko's 7-day ban became one of the most
Gideon
talked
get
about
unbanned
moderation
eventually?
decisions in streaming history. But if you think that's controversial, wait until you see what happened when 2 streamers ignored every possible red flag, because we're only halfway through and the most insane moments are still ahead. June 2024, John Jerka and Heel Mike were streaming together when they invited several women to what they called Hills Island, a name suspiciously similar to Epstein's famous location.
Is this the PDF that got? I think I might remember this person.
What happened next would end both their streaming careers on Kick. During the stream, concerns immediately came up about one of the women's age. When asked for ID, she couldn't show proper identification and gave vague answers about her age. Instead of stopping the stream or removing her, both streamers ignored the red flags. When a viewer asked about her birthday to check her age, the response was telling.
She said December 1st. Go ask her birthday.
later and see if it's the same birthday.
But the streamers didn't care. Their reaction when chat warned them about the girl's age.
Are they on my shit? I don't give a fuck. Fake ID? Good. Good. I didn't even know they made those. Even who gives a fuck, you fat losers? Kill yourself. You fuck queer losers.
Another person on stream tried to step in, saying,
No, because I'm used to Canada. In Canada, you can go to 17, 16. I've never done it, but you can do it. Like, no.
What? That's not true, is it?
When viewers kept expressing concern and someone suggested they should check ID, Heel Mike's response was, "You're a fat ass bro. We ain't ID checking." Things escalated when someone contacted the girl's father directly. The conversation was screenshot and shared online. Is Yuli your daughter? Yes, she is.
Oh, boy.
Is she underage? What the hell? Yes, she is 16. Despite knowing about the age concerns, both streamers continued. Jerka was even seen kissing the girl after being told she had no ID.
Why are we...
After the footage went viral, Kick immediately issued permanent bans to both streamers. But instead of showing regret, Heel Mike posted a photo on social media lying in bed with what appeared to be the same 16-year-old girl.
What is going on?
Zero regrets good.
All right. Listen, finally, this was a deserving ban. Finally.
Jerka tried to defend himself on Twitter, claiming he was set up, but witnesses contradicted his claims. One person who saw the stream posted, "Mike is straight up lying. They asked for her ID. She said she didn't have it." Jerka continued to kiss her.
Jerka?
While those two were facing permanent bans for their disturbing behavior, another streamer was busy revolutionizing how platforms write their rules. But trust me, the wildest moments are still coming. December 2023, Morgpie, a Twitch streamer and OnlyFans model, was about to pioneer what would become known as the topless meta.
Oh, I remember this.
So clever it would break Twitch's entire policy system.
This is a bad time for Twitch.
The moment that started it all shows Morgpie streaming what appeared to be completely nude gameplay, but she wasn't actually breaking any rules. Wearing a tube top and jeans, her camera was perfectly positioned to show her bare shoulders, upper chest, and cleavage, cutting off just above her nipples.
Relaxed and also like anxious today. You know what I mean? Titan, thank you for the 2-3.
Dude, what is this?
Thank you.
This is a man, right?
I'm relaxed today, so I don't really have any like sub goals or anything like that.
Her topless meta was technically within Twitch's guidelines, which only banned female presenting breasts with exposed nipples.
Oh, because it's a dude. She got
everything except her nipples. She wasn't breaking any rules, just creating the illusion of nudity. The drama reached its peak when Morgpie hosted a topless charity stream to raise money for Doctors Without Borders.
We raised over $1,800 for Doctors Without Borders today. We hit the goal. And then
Doctors Without Borders?
The subs and the bits and
what is going on?
Like
Look at this stupid picture of the right.
Is also going to be
what am I even looking at?
On December 11th, Twitch finally banned her, but the ban only lasted 2 days.
2 days.
When she returned, Morgpie revealed the real reason for her suspension. The ban was not a result of the meta itself, but rather my off-screen boob clapping. During her brief ban, Twitch panicked and completely rewrote their policies, allowing artistic depictions of nudity and deliberately highlighted breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region as long as content was properly labeled. But the new rules immediately backfired.
Why would that be allowed?
Began showing full nudity under the artistic exception, flooding the platform with explicit content. Within 24 hours, Twitch rolled back the entire policy update. Morgpie wasn't done.
Put a shirt on,
Morg. 2024, she pioneered another boundary-pushing meta, using her body as a green screen. Wearing monochrome outfits,
is that really?
she
Man, that's a
turned her
good-looking dude.
into
I was
a
going to be
projection
honest.
area for gameplay and reactions. The green screen meta started another wave of copycats and forced Twitch to ban content that focuses on intimate body parts for a prolonged period of time. By January 2024, Twitch had completely overhauled their nudity policies because of Morgpie's innovations. The new rules specifically targeted her techniques. We don't permit streamers to imply or suggest that they are fully or partially nude, including, but not limited to, covering breasts or genitals with objects or sensor bars.
That's one of the reasons I stopped streaming on Twitch.
Rewriting platform policies, another young streamer was about to face consequences for comments that would haunt him for years. December 2021, iShowSpeed, then just 16 years old, appeared on Aiden Ross's e-dating stream with Instagram model Ash Cash. The moment that would end his Twitch career came when he asked what he called a psychological question.
I got a psychological question, okay? Say if we're the last two people on Earth and we had to reproduce to make the world continue, would you reproduce with me?
When Cash said no, explaining their children would eventually have to intertwine, Speed's face darkened. Leaning forward into his camera with an intense stare, he delivered the line that would get him instantly banned.
Who gonna stop me?
I will.
Who's gonna stop me?
I will.
If we the last two people on Earth, who gonna stop me?
This single moment spread across social media within minutes. Even host Aiden Ross immediately recognized the danger, yelling for Speed to chill out, while Cash looked visibly uncomfortable. Twitch's response was swift, a permanent ban for sexual coercion or intimidation. Speed's problems were just beginning. 4 months later, another moment went viral, this time playing Valorant, when a female teammate spoke to him.
I know how to play this game. Shut up, shut up. Shut your up. God damn.
You don't know how to play the fucking game.
What? What, bitch? Is a bitch talking to me? Is a female talking to me?
Jesus.
Am I, no, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Hold on, time out. Is a female talking to me right now? Is a female talking to me? Get off the fucking game and do your husband dishes, bitch.
Jesus!
This 30-second outburst caught the attention of Riot Games producer Sarah Dadafshar, who immediately tweeted, "This is a huge yikes, and we do not want players like this in our community at all. I went ahead and perma-banned this player from Valorant, as well as all other Riot games." By the time Twitch finally unbanned Speed in October 2023, it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, isn't Speed back on like this is such a mute point at this point.
His YouTube following had grown to millions, all because of the moments that were supposed to end his career. It worked out! From teenage mistakes to adult decisions, our next entry shows how even the simplest fan requests can lead to instant consequences. Novaru was streaming with an Asian friend when a viewer made a request.
Did this person stick a turnip up her butt? I'm pretty positive. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding.
End both their streams in seconds. The fan asked them to demonstrate a long kiss using a toy, and instead of declining, both streamers decided to comply.
No, I can't listen to this. No, fuck off, bitch.
The footage shows exactly what you'd expect. Two streamers performing an explicit act live on camera while reacting in real time.
Oh, that's a deep one. That is deep.
No, fuck! Damn it!
Oh, I'm tinging so hard right now.
I'm gonna mute it in my ears. I can't do it. This is disgusting. Oh, I'd rather get a virus. Bro, and I'm gonna have to skip this. What the fuck is this dude? What the fuck is he doing in the middle?
The explicit nature of their demonstration left nothing to the imagination. Minutes after the moment went viral, both streamers were banned from Twitch for violating the platform's sexual content policy.
Should be shot.
Sometimes the quickest path to a ban comes from the simplest decisions. Speaking of quick decisions with lasting consequences, our next entry involves a car crash that was streamed live.
It'll hurt my hand.
October 5th, 2024. Jack Doherty was live streaming on Kick while driving his McLaren 570S down Florida's Turnpike. Despite the heavy rain and dangerous conditions, Jack was more focused on reading his chat than keeping his eyes on the road.
He smashed his rental.
Literally, guys, you can't see shit. I'm most likely going to crash this car. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully not. This is bad.
Dude.
The footage shows Jack driving at 67 miles per hour in torrential rain, constantly looking at his phone to engage with viewers.
This is hard to drive a McLaren, a supercar, in the fucking torrential downpour.
Seconds later, the McLaren hydroplaned and spun out of control.
This is so scary to have to drive with this kid. Why is he going so fast? Oh, you know what? There he goes. There you go.
The car skidded across multiple lanes before crashing into the barrier. The impact was caught live on stream.
Oh, fuck. No, watch out, watch out. Open the door, open your door. We're locked in here. Holy shit.
Michael was bleeding from his head, needing stitches at the hospital.
Help! Oh, oh, help! Holy shit. Oh, Michael, kill, oh.
But Jack's first concern wasn't his injured friend. It was getting the perfect shot of the wreckage.
He needed to get
content.
a thumbnail.
Michael, here.
The thumbnail's more important.
You film on that phone too.
This symbolizes the future right here. This is it. Or the current, more than anything.
On the phone, and just make it look good. Look through here the whole time.
Make it look good. Make it look good. It's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Diabolical fun.
I just crashed my car. I lost 200 grand. I need to make my money back somehow. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm bummed out right now.
Kick immediately banned Jack for his reckless endangerment. The Florida Highway Patrol cited him for manipulating a wireless device while driving. On January 9th, 2025, Kick unbanned him. 9 days later, he was banned again. The second incident shows Jack in New York when a heckler started throwing chips at him and slapped him. Jack and his security chased the guy down and beat him up while streaming live.
Oh my
You're
God.
getting chips everywhere.
That's the worst slap. Oh, he didn't get away.
All right. Enough. Fuck, bitch. Stupid. Now what, bitch? Now what? No.
Jesus.
Dave, he's good. Dave, let him be.
Set up.
Let him be.
Why are you doing these all on camera?
Let him be. Chill. We're good. Yo.
Jack celebrated the fight on stream, bragging about how he stood on business without his jewelry on, but Kick banned him again hours later.
I think I just got banned on Kick. God damn it, I think I did, bro. Yeah, I'm cooked, bro. Oh my God, bro. How is that fair, guys? This is why I don't like Kick, bro. It's like...
You defended yourself.
You're not banned with self-defense. Yeah, exactly. I'm defending myself, and I can get banned on like.
I
that's
don't
why
know about. I don't know if there's defense, but
I do something back to him, and I'm banned. Like
from reckless driving to street fights, Jack's footage captured it all. Aiden Ross managed to get banned from every platform he touched, starting with something surprisingly common: texting while driving during an IRL stream. The footage shows Aiden at a red light, reading his phone while streaming.
I don't know if it's lagging.
At least at a red light.
There's just no point.
What's wrong with egg?
Obviously, I do that. But you gotta understand, you know, I can't believe someone drove 40 minutes to pull up. That's crazy as bro. Someone really drove 40 minutes to come see me. That's crazy. E8's IRL would be fire. Yeah, but I can do that for my setup. But no, we can definitely do some shit like that. I want to take this IRL content up to the next level. It's fire.
It seems like it was way years ago. Shit, this might have been like, what, 5 years ago? 4 years?
Try to just put the camera more on me. Put it in the back seat. Put on Snaggy.
But this was just the beginning. Aiden's real downfall came in February 2023 when he made a decision that would end his Twitch career forever. During a stream, he knowingly displayed his Kick chat overlay on his Twitch broadcast for over 20 minutes, and that chat was completely unmoderated. The moment that sealed his fate shows racist and anti-Semitic slurs flooding his Kick chat while he broadcast it live on Twitch. Instead of condemning the messages or turning off the chat display, Aiden just let it run. Aiden explained what happened.
I got indefinitely suspended from Twitch because my Kick chat box was in the top right, and dude, they never been anyone over that shit. They banned me for unmoderated control over a chat.
That's crazy.
But like, that's so stupid because that, like, people's Twitch chats all say a bunch of slurs all the time.
Wait, okay.
Do you understand? Does that make sense?
Your chat was going crazy.
My chat was going. I had the Kick chat overlay on my Twitch stream, and they obviously were like, "Oh, he's streaming on Kick," and we feel some type of way about that. And there's, you know, slurs being typed in the chat, and so they obviously was like, they were like, they were just being petty, bro. They didn't have to do that. A bunch of streamers do a bunch of crazy wild shit all the time.
A Twitch spokesperson confirmed the violation. Per our community guidelines, unmoderated hateful conduct in chat, such as racist and anti-Semitic messages, is not allowed on Twitch. Aiden's reaction to the permanent ban was explosive.
Twitch, you banned me on National Hate Day, bro. Guys, Twitch banned me on National Hate Jewish People Day.
There's a day?
Twitch, did you ban me because I'm Jewish?
There's a hate Jewish day?
I don't get it, bro. If I had blue hair and did my makeup, would you have banned me, Twitch? It's a serious question.
After moving to Kick with a multi-million-dollar deal and even getting equity in the platform, Aiden somehow managed to get banned there too, twice. The first Kick ban came when a platform moderator entered his chat with a warning. Aiden's response was immediate and hostile.
Kick team, hello there. We want to give you a heads up. The content you're currently streaming isn't in line with there. Hey, yo, Kick team, I don't know who shut the fuck up. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. You're not going to do that to me, and I promise you not. Ban me. Ban me. I'll take another 81-day break. Do that to me right fuck now. I dare you. Whoever the fuck that is, you better apologize right now. And I put that on God. The fuck you think you're talking to? I had to, bro.
I'm actually so
what the fuck am I doing
That is a crazy
wrong?
thing to say to Aiden.
Kick ban was even more embarrassing. During a stream, Aiden asked a female viewer to expose herself on camera. When she complied, the moment went viral, and Kick had no choice but to ban their own equity partner.
Okay, I understand.
You. She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it.
Uh-oh. Oh,
whoa! No, she's not gonna show her tits, bro. See?
Are you sure?
Sorry, Eddie.
From $1 million deals to equity partnerships, nothing could protect Aiden from his own moments.
The early days of Kick
At
were
our
fun.
#1 spot, we have one of the most insane ban stories in streaming history. A creator who got permanently banned from Twitch.
Dude, I've always said that Ice Poseidon was the greatest, if not the greatest streamer of all time.
But for what happened to him. April 2017, Paul Ice Poseidon Danino was streaming IRL content at Los Angeles International Airport about to board a flight to Phoenix. What started as a normal travel stream turned into a national news story that would end his Twitch career forever. While Ice was at the gate, someone called in a bomb threat to the airline, claiming he had explosives on the plane. The call wasn't just a typical SWAT, it was airplane swatting, one of the most dangerous and federal crime-level pranks possible.
We broke the news. Phoenix police searching an American Airlines plane at Sky Harbor. Police say an anonymous threat was called in. That threat wound up being not credible.
Several passengers who were on the plane told me that the man who was removed was taking a video of himself.
Ice later described what happened after the plane landed in Phoenix.
So this was the man who was taken off the plane, Paul Danilo. ABC 15's John Erickson talked to him over the phone just in the last 15 minutes.
I felt really bad for everybody on the plane because they just had to sit there because of this guy who called. Like, he called in and said that I had a bomb on the plane. That's what he said. Like, he was pretending to be me.
The FBI and police surrounded the aircraft. Passengers were told to keep their window shades down and couldn't see what was happening outside. Ice and his companion were removed from the plane in front of horrified passengers.
Yo.
I got pulled out of the plane, told to keep my hands up, and sat in a cop vehicle for 2 hours waiting to question. That's not fun.
No, I know. It sucks. The guy who did it, yeah, he's the last person that swatted me as well.
The FBI took me off the plane and then they interviewed me for like 2 hours. It was fucked up.
The incident made national news. Every major outlet covered the story of the streamer who got swatted on an airplane. But instead of supporting their creator, who was the victim of a serious federal crime, Twitch made a shocking decision.
Do they hate Ice? They were going to ban him. 100% they're going to ban him. I knew that right away. I think we all did. Man,
they permanently banned Ice Poseidon.
He was
Ice explained the real reason years later.
Crazy. That's actually why I got banned on Twitch.
You for what? For getting swatted?
Yeah.
How can you get banned from a flight from streaming? I don't get this.
That's not fair.
It was national news, so to them it was like bad PR.
I think he was streaming in his gate. His airplane gate, airport
Twitch
gate.
isn't each other and Twitch is corrupt, bro. So they will ban you if they don't like you. And they didn't like me, so. I was one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, so they didn't like me, so they banned me.
Ice eventually found a new home on Kick, where he rebuilt his streaming career. But even there, his chaotic content style got him in trouble. Footage of him throwing eggs at other cars while driving went viral.
Why? Why are we doing this? Oh, wait, I know what they... Oh, it's not random. I thought it was a random car.
It's very hard to throw eggs and drive at the same time.
This reckless driving moment earned him a temporary ban from Kick, showing that even on the more lenient platform, there were still lines that couldn't be crossed. But wait, there's one more entry that defies our countdown entirely. At our final entry, beyond the countdown, we have a creator whose ban collection became so massive it turned into a running joke across platforms. October 2022, Nicolas Nico Kenda Balanthazi had been pushing boundaries for months with increasingly controversial content. But the footage that would end his YouTube career came during a live stream where he was reacting to a female content creator named Chad.
You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad? is some yeah, shut up. Shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. Come here. That's what you need. You need some sense back into you.
After watching her video criticizing a dating coach, Nico launched into a disturbing rant.
And you know what they're gonna do right after they did that? They're gonna clip that part and say, I'm an incel problematic, but you know it's true. You can hear it in her voice. She hasn't been properly in too long, and now you make no sense. That's what happens, man.
This single moment spread like wildfire across social media. Days later, YouTube terminated both of his channels. His main channel with over 2 million subscribers and his secondary channel, citing severe or repeated violations of YouTube's terms of service. When he tried to move to Twitch, they banned him after just 2 days without him even streaming. From YouTube to Twitch to Kick, Sneako's moments kept getting him banned.
They lied about the Vietnam War. They lied about the Iraq War. They lied about World War II. They lied about the Coco over and time again. A lot of it you can't prove, but the ones you can prove, they lied about the Vietnam War. They lied about look up the Gulf of Tonkin resolution if you don't believe it. They pretended like the Vietnamese bombed this boat so that we could finally go into war with Vietnam. You know, most of the citizens knew that it was bullshit, and so they just made up this attack to convince people through fear that we should go to war with Vietnam. The Iraq War, they lied. They said that they had weapons of mass destruction, so we invaded them, and the soldiers still there today. We lied about weapons of mass destruction so we could take all the oil from them. They lied.
These moments captured the exact instant when streaming careers hung in the balance. Some streamers bounced back stronger than ever. Others saw their careers destroyed forever. But every single clip shows the same truth. In the world of live streaming, you're always one moment away from everything changing.
Oh, shit. What the hell is that thumbnail? What in the heck? Okay. Streamers who leak their bank account. Maybe check that in a bit. Clips that got streamers banned. Thankfully, I am not in any of these, though. I may or may not have lost the React channel. I think it had something to do, well, there was 3 things we did. There were 3 strikes we got. One of them, I made fun of someone's ball sack. I think they had like a growth there. One, a kid got thrown through a table. I think I made fun of him. I can't remember what the other one was, but it was probably around the same thing. Guys, if you got a video like me to watch or react to, you can post it in my Discord. Thank you for watching, and kids, stay out of trouble. What's going on, guys? It's Troydan here, and today we've got gamblers raging after they lose a ton of money. There is nothing worse than losing a ton of money. I have not seen this go. Losing a $300,000 I have, and I do gamble.
Savage. He's quite mid. He thinks he's crazy good, man. He's all right. He's all right. I mean, he's better than all of us, and he's an above-average professional footballer out wide. But bro, you are not Ronaldo, man. So shut up, bro. What is this guy talking about? Isak is another thing. Isak is another thing, bro. He's saying he doesn't want to. He's not gonna play. You know what? That's another thing. But you're not Isak, bro. Batch, how's it going? Chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't see the position, man. Oh my god, that's terrible. That's terrible. I never want that again in my life. Oh my goodness. Chat, if you were a Chelsea fan, what do you think about Garnacho? Like, what are we thinking, bro, if we're a Chelsea fan here about Garnacho into the club?
Chelsea fan.
Like,
I like
be honest with me, man. At least with the way he's handled it so far. Mid. Like, is there anybody that really would, like, think that he's going to benefit Chelsea a lot? You think it's just money laundering? Reserves at the best. Yo, A1, how's it going? You getting ready for the season ahead? And Grealish to Everton. Chat, I know Grealish is probably going to play half the season wasted, but watch Grealish go off this season, bro. Watch him go off for a second prime. He's going to go for a second prime this year. He's joining conditions to thrive. And then all the Man City fans will be like, oh, man, we shouldn't have let him go. Like, nah. Like, I'm telling you, it's just, it's going to go crazy, man. Unless he's going out and drinking too much, but Grealish is in his Goldbridge era. Drunk football IQ will go hard. He's getting relegated.
3, 2, 1, and we're on the way. It's a great ball to split the defense.
People were defending Grealish saying he wasn't a flop because of one trouble. Like,
Yeah, but
I agree that in the sense that he definitely contributed that season, but I think he was a flop. Like, he was definitely a flop for what they paid. You know what I mean? Like,
What an elegant way to defend a golden
Like, I'm not
opportunity.
saying he was the worst player
Great
of all
play,
time.
that
He wasn't,
counter looks good.
I mean, who's going for crazy balls?
Oh.
It was a great chance to pull
What's your realistic prediction for United this season? I have to think about it, bro, but I'm
Great imagination. to see
like,
that
I'm
run
optimistic that
behind.
Sesko, Cunha, and Iguemo can do it. I am optimistic. I think they will definitely benefit. I think all three of them are more than capable of being great attackers. It's just whether or not
Kickoff taken, and we're back underway.
whether or not the defense can improve from last season. They did all right last season. You want to see that?
Danger spot.
I don't know, man. I haven't really
attack ended
that team yet. I've been seeing some people have like
Oh,
there's
this
some
looks
football
dangerous.
analysts that have United
Can they beat the keeper?
Ah.
Try it out of the danger zone.
I think they will definitely benefit. They only have a game or two a week, right? They're not getting
Corner stinking. Great vision. They can beat the keeper from here. Over the line. It's been really back and forth here tonight. It's all tied up.
Did you guys only score like 50 goals last year? Like, I think if they could sign another midfielder, I don't know if it's Donnarumma thing is going to happen.
And we're back underway, and it's 2-2 now. Finding a bit of space there. Whistle's gone, and the play will stop. It's an offside. Great kick, play short.
18's a little low. Well,
They're building the attack up nicely. They could have a chance from here. Advantage played for now.
How's it going? No, I'm not feeling better. I'm actually feeling horrible, but I'm giving you guys everything, bro, to be here.
Well, they say patience is a virtue.
Ah. That's just skipping me, man.
Chelsea, Liverpool.
Fucking hell.
You got Chelsea winning the league. I can't make up my mind, guys, by the way. For who's going to win the Premier League, I cannot make up my mind.
Hey, they caught you there. Offside. This is gone.
Something is itching
again with
to
that
tell
short
me that
pass.
Liverpool is not going to win the league.
Look at them now. They're in a danger spot.
I don't feel like they're going to win that. It's reminding me of that fucking Chelsea season where Chelsea, like, they made the craziest signings that one year. This is for all the Hunks, too. When they signed Sheva, and they signed, who the fuck did they pay crazy money for the midfield? It was the year after they won, and they didn't win that season. Everybody was like, oh, how did they not win? And they weren't as good that year. A long time ago. Getting vibes like that. So, I don't know, man. I think,
We're reached the halfway mark, and there's plenty more. Can they put it away? It's a chance to pull even.
oh my god, I actually got Salah, but it's the team of the year. Oh man, we've been getting the trolls today from Egypt. Wow, that's crazy, bro.
Good looking move here. Risking it all in the family
I have to take a deep breath after I put my socks on in the morning. You know how much of a struggle.
And that's just a foul. Nothing to see.
Foul?
Keep on playing.
The red, man.
A free kick puts
Blue.
the ball back in play.
See ya, bro.
Stop passing it straight into him.
You have a Taremi fetish, man.
Looks good. He gave up
You have a
short. Just
Taremi
not able to
fetish.
pick out the right pass.
For sure. Are you going to be doing some content?
Ah.
Not break down the defense here. And that clears the danger.
Mason Mount. If Mason Mount can stay healthy, he can really help United this year, man.
What an
Guys, Mason Mount is
way
very
to defend a golden opportunity.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, this looks dangerous.
Guys, Mason Mount is a
And
very good
that'll put
footballer.
an end to the attack.
Ruth.
Safely collected by the defender. That's a threatening ball.
Woo. Yes. That was epic.
I saw people were like, oh, make Garnacho just sit on the bench. And like, to get rid of all those.
Oh no.
Even if they're not playing.
I need you on the field, mate. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Spurs would really. That's the thing. I'm surprised.
The powers that be have decided
and
this is
Savinho
offside.
are good
And the free kick
players. I don't
taken.
think they're insane. I think they're good. I think they're above average. I think they can really help Spurs, to be honest. I'm surprised they're not really running to want to go there.
They're starting to move up.
Savio is definitely down.
Look at that, they're just waiting for a defender to bite.
Not there.
On the defense here.
Terrible
And
pass.
play it forward now.
Yeah, Man City.
That was great.
I don't see anybody for this
Clearance when they really don't want anything to do with that ball.
And Madison,
And that's an
Madison just got
offside.
injured again. Sean. Believe me, he already got injured.
Short
Got
pass
injured
from the
in
free kick.
preseason. He's such a good footballer too, bro. The guy has the worst luck I've ever seen.
They play moving
The dude got
forward.
injured in like the second game.
Well, they certainly had the personnel to win the ball back.
That's like the second crazy injury in like 2 years now or something, bro. That dude is. I'm not saying he's done, but another ACL. That's
Great
something, bro.
read by the defenders. They did a great job.
Sucks, bro. He's so good too. Nabry. Nah, Nabry.
No.
Nabry's
Spot to get the ball again.
years. So Bayern got rid of Coman.
No. Nowhere to fucking pass it to.
Al-Nassr this season has
Fuck's sake.
Coman, Felix. Who's that?
No.
Signed Martinez. Looks like Al-Nassr is. I mean, they probably watched Al-Hilal.
And that's the end of regulation. 4 goals apiece. Can they settle this with an extra time?
How do we hold on then? It's crazy.
Did you see the AC Milan Chelsea game? I caught the highlights.
And we're back underway here in extra time.
Ah.
Ball back well.
Player, man. Very cool player, guys.
Counterattack. Fantastic stop by the keeper. And this
Your
game
gameplay's
keeps
kind of
on
loud.
going.
Oh, I probably got to turn it down. I probably got to turn it
Good
down.
switch of play. Great bit of defensive work.
It should be a bit better.
It's a beautiful pass coming in.
Oh.
Well,
Cat, so
wrong place, wrong time.
in
Offside
terms of the
simple pass from
look
the
at her
free
play
kick.
style is literally perfect. First touch, finesse, low driven. Yeah, she.
Oh, what is that?
Wow, 5'5".
That's a good
with
clearance.
that dribbling. Anybody tried this card? I usually average 11, 12 wins. I got 7 this weekend.
Great challenge.
So
Here comes the attack. Moving the ball well.
wait, is he already on the bench?
Not there. Why would I pass it there?
Oh, are we ruining this team? This team has been flying. This team has been flying. Yesterday, they're saying Dembele Cam.
What can they do with this one?
Dembele Cam over Cruyff. Oh man, I feel like Dembele's so good out wide. I don't know, man. Benzema out. My gameplay was so bad. Cruyff can't come out. Come on now. We also just spent 150K on this dude, bro.
Taking their time here, right?
Dembele striker. Benzema out.
Whistle's gone and it'll be an offside.
What?
No time wasted here. Free kick
Chat,
taken.
come on, man. Benzema's the GOAT, man.
Damn, man.
That's a threatening ball.
And then when we lose, you're gonna be like, oh,
Oh
man.
my god. Fucking hell, Red. Fuck me.
Noxie, how's it going? Put Vieira up top. What?
Way to lose the game, Red.
I think Benzema. Chad, you think Teo or Benzema?
Fucking no.
I agree.
That's fucking terrible.
Prize in a bag. All right, let's see if we can find a game, bro. Unfortunately, we're not gonna have a warm-up game, guys. So hopefully we don't lose. We gotta try to win. Cruyff can't come out. Come on now. We also just been 100. I can't even warm up in division. What division am I in? Like division 6, Dembele bro. There's striker. no warm-up games in division 6, Chad. Everybody sucks. What? Hate to be a dick, but everybody blows in division 6. So, Chad, come on, man.
Had to pass it down. He had to, I don't know where.
Let's see what happens, bro.
Pass it up then. Should have passed it up.
You will go watch on TV.
Straight down the line to me. Where did they go? Midfield. Damn, man.
You have a fetish too. You have a fetish. And then when we lose, you're gonna be like,
Oh my
How
god.
many Taremi jerseys you have, Sia?
And then they fucking ran into the keeper.
Yo, Chad, that's not what I wanted to see in my first game. That's not what I wanted to see. This dude got a final boss. Damn, man. Damn, that's
I
not
do
what I
love
wanted
to
to
join
see
your
in my
live
first
stream
game.
whenever you are streaming. Add me on Discord, Leah 6050.
That's a horrible team. What?